Chapter 2962. In the midst of this boundless greenery, a myriad of colors suddenly appeared. There were red, white, yellow, and purple. There were actually spring flowers of various colors in the midst of the green leaves. The sudden appearance of these gorgeous colors was like a calm sea with sky-high waves. In an instant, one's tranquil heart was stirred. Or perhaps it was like a simple spring day rushing into a hot summer day. One's entire mood was joyful and excited. As they went deeper into the mountains, the number of spring flowers increased, and their colors became even more colorful. Colorful could no longer describe the exuberance of the spring flowers in the depths of the mountains. And at the source of this myriad of colors, another huge city appeared in the mountains, floating in the sea of flowers. This was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Shi. Tongmu City. Beyond Tongmu City, in the northwest, above the sea of flowers, a flying boat was quietly parked. On the flying boat were Xiao Hua and the other 3 who had just returned to the country of Shi from the millions of Meng mountains. The 4 of them were granted a shortcut to cross the country of Huan by Elder Wu of Huda's stronghold. But this shortcut was not a safe one. There were countless dangers on the way. Not to mention the natural moats, strange birds, and monsters. Even the sword cultivators they encountered from time to time put Xiao Hua and the others in danger. However, this path was chosen by Elder Wu and used by soul scholars. Elder Wu already had an estimate of Xiao Hua's strength, but he still underestimated Xiao Hua. Admittedly, this path had a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman laying down a sword array. Admittedly, it was extremely difficult, but under Xiao Hua's divine ability, they were all turned into smoke. Finally, after half a year of hard work, the 4 of them finally stepped into the territory of the country of Shi. And this half a year of hard work was a great harvest for Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua's soul cultivation technique had now entered Ming Roa Tian. The 50 green seal characters that belonged to Ming Roa Tian were revealed one by one, each of them releasing a roar like a stormy sea. The entire mysterious dark cloud was stirred up. Ever since Xiao Hua learned from Elder Wu of Huda village that the green seal text was the most basic and authentic cultivation method of soul cultivation, he didn't plan to look at other cultivation methods. He didn't even look at Master Qin's inheritance. Of course, Xiao Hua still started from the most basic of soul cultivation methods. After all, Li Zongbao and the immortal slaughtering whip still needed him to repair them. After witnessing the power of the sun-shrouding art, Xiao Hua did not give up on this aspect of cultivation. Spiritual sense was indeed too important to Dao sect cultivators. It was simply the foundation of all spells. With a powerful spiritual sense, the power of spells would increase tremendously. There were even many spells that could not be used by low-level cultivators, but with a powerful spiritual sense that surpassed those of the same level, one could see through their core. In addition, the primordial spirit that was formed after comprehending the initial green seal text in Ming Roa Tian, after the 50th green seal text was born, the primordial spirit underwent some changes that even Xiao Hua didn't understand. This change seemed to be complete, but it also seemed to be indiscernible. Xiao Hua clearly felt it, but when he really examined it, other than some green lines on the primordial spirit, he couldn't see any other differences. Xiao Hua was helpless. He sent the primordial spirit back to the space and had it continue to refine fire talismans, warm up the pill furnace, and refine simple pills. Xiao Hua himself didn't have any free time. These primordial spirits didn't have anything to do, so he just let them move. What made Xiao Hua the most depressed was the heavenly laws embodiment technique. He originally had high expectations for this technique. He wanted to condense a Dharma body outside of his physical body. However, the Phoenix primordial spirit comprehended this technique for a long time. It could clearly use it, and it also used the technique on its physical body. However, the technique's effects didn't appear at all. On one hand, Xiao Hua suspected that he had comprehended wrongly. On the other hand, he muttered to himself, wondering if it was because his physical body had already condensed the Phoenix Dharma body and could no longer condense a second Dharma body. However, since the time he spent comprehending the cosmic form technique was still short, he decided to put this matter aside and let the Phoenix primordial spirit continue to comprehend it. After all, If one primordial spirit comprehended something, the other primordial spirits would also benefit, so it was not a waste of effort. As for Fairy Hongxia, a faint 5-colored brilliance would appear every day. She was constantly receiving the phoenix's legacy. It seemed that she was improving every day. As for how much she had improved, Xiaohua did not ask. Li Zongbao continued to nurture the immortal slaughtering whip. This was also Xiaohua's suggestion. Li Zongbao was a famous disciple of the Utopia faction, so he had all kinds of cultivation arts and secret arts. This immortal slaughtering whip was exactly what he needed. As a spiritual weapon, Li Zongbao had nurtured the immortal slaughtering whip when it was first refined. When the spiritual weapon was completed, its power could be imagined. This was also the reason why Li Zongbao never asked Xiaohua for a cultivation technique. Specialization leads to permanence, permanence leads to permanence, and permanence leads to strength. This was nothing more than dripping water penetrating a stone. Poor Xiao Mao, who had worked hard for more than half a year, could only drive the flowing cloud-flying ship to fly everyone to the country of Xi. Moreover, he was sowing seeds while flying, so he was very busy. Li Zongbao nurtured the spiritual weapon, and Fairy Hongxia comprehended the legacy. He could not possibly let Xiaohua drive the flying ship, could he? Well, even if Xiaohua took the initiative to come, Xiao Mao would not dare to leave it to Xiaohua. He now knew Xiaohua's poor sense of direction very well. That was really a great weapon. Rather than having him worry at the side, it was better to drive the ship himself. However, it would be a mistake to think that Xiao Mao had not made any progress. Because driving the flowing cloud-flying boat required transcendence energy, Xiao Mao was constantly using the dragonization incantation. The more he used the dragonization incantation, the more he felt the vastness of this technique. His meridians were constantly and imperceptibly strengthening, and his vital energy were constantly increasing. Xiao Mao felt that he would be able to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment very soon, and the Aurus core stage was definitely within his reach. Everyone had made progress, and the road back home had also come to an end. At this time, Xiaohua was riding the flying ship, passing through the thousands of flowers. His eyes looked at the flower-like city in disbelief, and his young face could not help but reveal a helpless expression. Sigh, this world is really wonderful. The 7 major cities of the country of Xi each have their own unique characteristics, and each have their own beauty. This Xiao really did not expect that in the depths of the foothills, there would be such a splendid and colorful city hidden outside the world. Only by looking at such colors with the naked eye can one perceive the prosperity of this world. How can one experience the mortal world through their spiritual sense? That's right. Fairy Hongxia's colorful brilliance was also retracted. The skin on her face was refined, and looked incomparably holy. Her beautiful face was like a fairy's, even more beautiful than the thousands of flowers. This concubine has long heard of the great name of Twilight Tong City, but it is deep in the northwest border. If there is no urgent matter, just the transportation of spirit stones is enough for this concubine to consider. So I have never had the chance to come here. Hee, who would have thought that today I would be able to see the legendary Twilight Tong Spring? Fairy Hongxia's eyes reflected the thousands of colors in the distance. Coupled with the brilliance of her own body, an indescribable magnificence was faintly emitted. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mao and the rest had a feeling that they could not bear to look at her. Hee, Twilight Tong Spring is indeed famous. Li Zongbao also stood up, and his face was slightly flushed. He laughed coldly. But the most famous. I'm afraid it is the face-retaining pill? Face-retaining pill? That's right. Xiaohua suddenly realized. As early as during the auction in Sky Patrol City, the auctioneer had mentioned the Twilight Tong City's face-retaining pill. Xiaohua was already on guard that day. After all, the face-retaining pill was extremely rare in the Dawn Rain mainland. Xiaohua had only seen it in Chen Yi's burial flower manor. Therefore, a thought flashed through his mind. He did not know if the scheming Chen Yi was related to Twilight Tong City. Of course, there were countless rare herbs in the Dawn Rain mainland. Who could say that a flourishing place like Twilight Tong City would not have the face-retaining pill? Even though the face-retaining pill is famous, but compared to the rejuvenation pill, the difference is like heaven and earth. Fairy Hongxia smiled and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. Xiaohua glanced at Fairy Hongxia, as if he did not see her smile. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We can go to Luyang through the transportation array in Twilight Tong City. Now that this Zhao's storage bag is full, those spirit stones are nothing in my eyes. Anyway, let's hurry back to Luyang. This Xiao is really curious. Kaizhuxia. Is she really still alive in this world?" Hearing Xiaohua mention her sister, Fairy Hongxia's face changed. She did not say anything else and let Xiao Mao keep the flowing cloud-flying boat. The four of them flew towards Twilight Tong City in the distance. It didn't take long for Tongmu City to appear in their sights. This Twilight Tong City was very strange. There was no obvious tall city wall. Instead, there was something like a wall of vines that surrounded the entire Twilight Tong City. Twilight Tong City was within the wall of vines. The wall of vines that was not very tall surrounded the periphery of Twilight Tong City. Rather than saying that these vines were city walls, they were more like decorations. However, the thick vines were like the arms of an adult. They were entangled together and extended over the mountain ridge. They were so long that one could not see the end of them. Moreover, the wall of vines was extremely wide and thick. It was at least a few miles wide. It looked like a huge green python that was coiled in a cluster of flowers. At first glance, the undulating mountain ridge within the wall of vines was still covered with flowers and plants. Countless celestial birds flew up from time to time. It was no different from the surroundings. However, Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness had already discovered the strangeness of the wall of vines. An extremely thick wood-based spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed around the wall of vines, forming a huge enchantment. The so-called blooming flowers and chirping orioles were probably the illusion of the Twilight Tong City's array, right? This Twilight Tong City's array can actually create such a huge illusion. Its power should not be underestimated. Xiaohua thought to himself. However, the distance between Twilight Tong City and Han Country is not much different from Sun Tian City. Although there are many dangers along the way from Han Country and most of the bright swordsmen would not be able to pass through, but, compared to the Sword Tomb, it is much better. Why didn't the Han Country's swordsmen kill their way into Shi Country from here? Chapter 2963. Thinking of this, Xiaohua could not help but laugh. Damn it, what am I thinking? Do you want to see the world in chaos? Facing sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City has already caused a lot of casualties to Dao sect. If Tongmu City comes, won't more Dao sect disciples die? Besides, the real reason why the sword cultivators attacked Sky Patrol City was because the soul cultivators were fighting behind Huan Kingdom. Tongmu City was not too far away from Mount Meng. If the sword cultivators were to fight here, wouldn't that expose the fact that they were being attacked from behind? No matter how stupid sword cultivators are, they won't do this, right? Not to mention that they have Jiu Xia behind them who knows everything. Thinking of Jiu Xia, Xiaohua could not help but think of the beauty that could bewitch all living things. It was as if this beauty had been deeply engraved in his mind, and it was impossible to get rid of it without some special magic power. Someone is coming. Xiao Mao's divine sense was very strong now. While Xiaohua and the others were looking at Tongmu City, he was looking in other directions. Oh. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept toward the direction where Xiao Mao was looking. He already knew that this place was not far away from Tongmu City. If he was not mistaken, these people should be the city guards of Tongmu City. Sure enough, after the four of them slowed down and flew for a while, a dozen cultivators of about the 11th level of Qi refining appeared in the distance. These cultivators were dressed in green military uniforms with a thin layer of armor. The style of the armor was very strange. It seemed to be made of rattan, and the rattan flickered with a faint green light. Runes could be vaguely seen in the green light. The dozen or so cultivators had already sensed the presence of Xiao Mao and the others. Their faces were filled with respect as they silently hovered in midair. When the four of them approached, the leading 12th layer Qi refining guard respectfully said, Junior Wang Qing greets the four seniors. May I know if the four seniors are passing by? Are you passing by or entering my Tongmu city? In such a situation, Xiao Hua usually did not step forward. Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao, who was also silent. He flew half a foot forward and waved his hand, get up. We are passing by Tongmu city and want to use its teleportation formation. Yes, I understand. After Wang Qing answered, he said carefully, however, it is currently wartime. Although sword cultivators rarely come to my Tongmu city, this place is not too far from the Huan state. My city lord has ordered that any cultivator our Tongmu city's patrol team encounters, regardless of whether they have entered Tongmu city or not, must show their identity token. If senior wants to enter Twilight Tong city, please allow this junior to verify your identity. Tisk, Xiao Mao laughed. This place is miles away from Sky Patrol City. Why would a sword cultivator come here? Besides, even if a sword cultivator were to come, would you be able to detect the identity token of a Dao sect cultivator? Wang Qing seemed to be a little shy, his face slightly red as he said in a low voice, Junior and the others know that our cultivation is shallow, so this kind of examination cannot be taken seriously. However, this is better than nothing. Of course, if Senior doesn't want me to examine it, then I'll ask the captain of the city guards of Dantone City to come over. Xiao Mao laughed. He was just casually pointing out that Dantone City's methods were more formal than effective. How could he really make things difficult for the city guards of Qi Refinement Realm? He hurriedly clapped his hands and took out his token. He handed it to Wang Qing and said gently, there's no need for that. This is your duty. Since we want to enter Tongmu City, we naturally have to act according to the orders of the city lord. Thank you, Senior. Wang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He could roughly sense that these Foundation Establishment cultivators were in the middle and late stages of the Foundation Establishment realm through magic. Most of these Foundation Establishment cultivators were disdainful of Qi refinement disciples. They had also encountered some of these Foundation Establishment cultivators during today's routine inspection. Many of these Foundation Establishment cultivators left in a huff and did not pay attention to them at all. Most of them would only be willing to take out their identity tokens when a captain of the same Foundation Establishment realm came out. It was rare to see someone like Xiao Mao, who spoke gently and took out his token without hesitation. Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan School. Xiao Mao's identity token was written very clearly. Moreover, the image was exactly the same as the cultivator in front of them. Wang Qing used his divine sense, which had only been cultivated for a few years, to check it out. He then looked at Xiao Mao and was about to withdraw his divine sense. However, at this moment, a few other shining words in the token caught his attention. Huh! When Wang Qing saw it clearly, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He then looked behind Xiao Mao in disbelief. Wang Qing's cry of surprise was not a big deal. The dozen or so Qi refinement disciples behind him who had been preparing for a long time immediately scattered. At the same time, a few communication talismans were sent out from the hands of the disciples who were on guard furthest away. Looking at their tacit cooperation, it was obvious that they had been training for a long time. Damn it! Xiao Mao was also stunned. He couldn't think of anything wrong with his token. Council Hall. First Squad. Wang Qing obviously didn't expect that his cry of surprise would cause such a big reaction. At this time, he didn't have time to explain anything. Instead, he shouted in an incredulous voice. First Squad of the Council Hall? Xiao Hua frowned slightly behind the three people. Is it a special squad of the Council Hall? But then, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. It seemed that after the Battle of the Sword Catacomb, the Council Hall named this special squad as the first squad of the Council Hall because of their outstanding achievements in battle. In the future, no other squad would be able to use this name. That day, Li Zongbao just casually mentioned it and Xiao Hua also casually listened. Unexpectedly, the name of the first squad of the Council Hall had spread to Tongmu City. This junior deserves to die, this junior deserves to die. Wang Cheng's ecstatic gaze swept across Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Hua, and then fell on Fairy Hong Xia's fairy-like beauty. He unconsciously slapped his forehead and said regretfully, this junior should have thought of the 4 seniors when he saw them. I have seen the 4 seniors' appearances in the battle report. How could this junior be so blind? What? This. The dozens of Qi refinement disciples who were fleeing in all directions also came to a realization. They all stopped in mid-air and looked at the 4 of them. Naturally, most of their gazes were still fixed on Fairy Hong Xia's face. Yes, this is the first squad of the council hall. This junior saw the battle report half a year ago. Yes, this is Fairy Hong Xia from the Rinsing Flower sect, and this is Senior Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. This is Senior Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect. Heavens, I really saw the legendary hero of the Great Sword Catacomb. One of the disciples shouted. We are indeed the first squad of the council hall. Xiao Mao said with a smile. But now that the first stage of the Great Sword Catacomb has ended, we are here to gain experience. Yes, yes, this junior knows, this junior knows. Wang Cheng said impatiently. The 4 seniors formed deep friendships during the great battle, and their cultivations also had great breakthroughs. Therefore, after the great battle, the 4 seniors went out to travel together. On one hand, they comprehended what they had gained during the great battle. On the other hand, they lived in the wilderness and avoided the harassment of the mortals. They did not bring the battle achievements of the great battle into their own cultivation. This kind of pure and untainted nobility really makes us admire you. Damn it, what the hell is this? In the end, Xiao Hua could only shake his head. In this world, rumors are the most erroneous. What deep friendship, that, where did these foundation establishment friends come from? Do they not have any respect for my Dantong city? Just as Xiao Hua was laughing inwardly, several divine consciousnesses swept over from the direction of Dantong city. Once they discovered Xiao Hua and the others, they immediately locked onto them. At the same time, a rough voice roared loudly. Captain Mu, Captain Mu. Wang Qing naturally knew that it was the message talismans that had caused the trouble. He hurriedly shouted, please don't misunderstand, please don't misunderstand. This is the first squad of the council hall of the Dao sect. Ah. The first squad of the council hall of the council hall? In the distance, several early-stage Foundation establishment city guards flew over with a murderous aura. They were flying over with hundreds of Qi refinement disciples. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's shout, the burly man in the lead was as valiant as his voice. His bulging eyes swept over Xiao Mao and the others in astonishment. He was stunned on the spot. Not only the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in the lead, but the other city guards and the hundreds of Qi refinement disciples were also stunned by the name of the first squad of the council hall of the council hall of the council hall. That's right, since the beginning of the war, although Dantong City had not been involved in the war, as one of the 7 major cities of the Kingdom of Xi, how could Dantong City not pay attention to the situation of the war in Sky Patrol City? Almost every day, the situation of the war would be sent to Dantong City in the shortest time possible. Dantong City specially set up a so-called council hall. This council hall did nothing but announce the war report of Sky Patrol City. It was for all the cultivators to discuss. Among the cultivators, there were certainly some who were obsessed with cultivation, but there were also some who liked to be lively, especially when discussing the war. If there were some spirit stones and elixirs as wagers, it would be even more attractive. Therefore, since the Great War of Dao and Sword, a large number of cultivators would gather in Dantong City's council hall every day. There were even many cultivators gathered in the tea houses and wine shops near the council hall. Not only did they listen to the war report and analyze the situation, but they also gave pointers and predicted the outcome of the war. It had to be said that the city lord of Dantong City was farsighted. This council hall not only attracted a large number of cultivators to Dantong City, but there was also an endless stream of small and large merchants. Dantong City's reputation also soared in the war, bringing great prosperity to Dantong City. To a large extent, it made up for the loss caused by not being able to provide the face-retaining elixirs in a short period of time. It could be said that Dantong City's Council Hall had a better grasp of the news of the war than many of the cultivation sects in the three kingdoms of cultivation. And in the first stage of the Great War of Dao cultivators, the special task force of the Council Hall had not only risen gradually in Sky Patrol City, but also became a dazzling star in Dantong City. Chapter 2964. Speaking of Li Zongbao's Special Task Force, there was an interesting story in Tongmu City. That year, when the Dao sect had issued the number 1 bounty order, Twilight Tong City had also released the news in a timely manner. It was said that many cultivators had formed teams and headed to Sky Patrol City to kill Qin Jian that day. As for how many had gone and how many had returned, no one knew. What everyone knew was that Twilight Tong City had also set up bets based on the battle situation at that time. They had placed bets on which sect's disciple would be able to kill Qin Jian. Of course, most of the bets were on Golden Core stage cultivators and there was no sign of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. After Li Zongbao and the others became famous, no one knew what the Dantong City was thinking. Perhaps it was to play to the gallery, but they actually allowed the special task force from the assembly hall to participate in the competition. Moreover, they even invested a considerable amount of spirit stones. When the other cultivators saw this, they were almost overjoyed. This was because although Li Zongbao and the others had military exploits and could even be said to be very outstanding, the three of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators after all. Not to mention the three of them, even if there were 30 of them, they could not be compared to Qin Jian, who was a third-grade illusory sword. Therefore, everyone bet with Tongmu City. For some reason, the people of Dantong City seemed to believe that this special task force would definitely be able to obtain Qin Jian's head. Whenever someone placed a bet, they would answer it without any hesitation. As a result, in the past few years, this place had actually accumulated an enormous amount of spirit stones. Just hearing the number of spirit stones was enough to shock anyone. This number not only exceeded the total number of spirit stones that all the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall had killed Qin Jian, but it also exceeded the total number of other bets. All the cultivators were looking at Tongmu City as a joke. They were waiting for Qin Jian to be killed by the Golden Core cultivators, or for Qin Jian to not be killed by Li Zongbao and the others and get the spirit stones that they won after the battle. However, the news of Qin Jian being killed by Li Zongbao and the others came from Sky Patrol City. This was almost impossible news, but it caused a huge uproar in Tongmu City. The entire conference hall and the entire Tongmu City were in an uproar. Even the cultivators who did not care about the special task force from the conference hall paid attention to Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Not only did Twilight Tong City win a lot of spirit stones, they also obtained a commendation order from Sky Patrol City. The images of Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua were displayed in the meeting hall for all cultivators to see. They even listed the sect information of Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua, as well as the glory of their participation in the battle. Especially before the Great Battle of the Sword Tomb, when Xiao Hua withdrew from the Special Task Force and Fairy Hong Xia participated in it, it attracted the attention of many male cultivators. The story of Fairy Hong Xia breaking the 4 cardinal sword array and her Xiantian primordial water saving her Golden Core stage master was spread by word of mouth in Tongmu City. Leader, who was Foundation Establishment cultivator was stunned was, leaders, how leader was in mid-air. It's really the first team from the conference hall. Leader Mu came to his senses and immediately put on a smile. He adjusted his armor and bowed. I'm Mu Ziming. Greetings to Senior Brother Li, Fairy Hong Xia, and the 2 senior brothers Xiao. I'll lead the hundreds of thousands of disciples in Tongmu City to thank the 4 senior brothers for killing the enemy in the Battle of Sky Patrol City. Following Captain Mu's salute, all the other Tongmu City's disciples followed suit. Their attitudes were extremely respectful. Xiao Mao obviously did not expect his name to be so famous in Sky Patrol City, nor did he expect that he would win so much praise from the battle. He hurriedly returned the bow and said, "Junior brother Mu, please rise. Junior brothers and nephews, please rise. Xiao Mao and the others are disciples of the Dao sect. When the sword cultivators attacked with their swords, we naturally had to fight them head-on without hesitation. We did so, and so did you. Although you were guarding Tongmu City, you were also on the side of the battle. You have the responsibility to defend against the enemy. You were able to stop the sword cultivators from sneaking in, which is also a merit. It's just that everyone can see the merit of Xiao Mao and the others, but your merit is easy to be overlooked by everyone." Xiao Mao's words made Mu Ziming's face flush. He straightened his body and rubbed his hands. He said, "Senior brother Xiao is indeed as broad-minded and humble as the legends say. Your words made my blood boil, and I almost wanted to fly to Sky Patrol City to kill the sword cultivators." Hearing this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the battle situation that LV Ruochang had mentioned when he stopped them. He could not help but ask, "Leader Mu, how's the battle situation in Sky Patrol City now?" Mu Ziming was obviously familiar with Xiao Hua's face. He hurriedly replied, "Senior brother Xiao Hua, now Sky Patrol City is not within the attack range of the sword cultivators. Most of the sword cultivators." Then Mu Ziming roughly recounted the battle report obtained from Tongmu City. Xiao Hua's expression changed drastically. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Mu Ziming was also shocked. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Senior brother Xiao, may I know what I said wrong?" "Nothing." Xiao Hua waved his hand, lowered his head, and did not speak. However, after a moment, Li Zongbao, who was standing behind Xiao Mao, received Xiao Hua's voice transmission and said, "Junior brother Mu." "Yes, senior brother Li, what can I do for you?" Mu Ziming was more respectful to Li Zongbao, the leader of a team, and hurriedly replied. "How long does it take for the battle report to be sent from Sky Patrol City to Tongmu City?" Li Zongbao asked faintly. "This." Mu Ziming hesitated slightly, thought for a moment, and said with a wry smile, "I really don't know the exact time. This is my Tongmu City secret." "Approximate time." Li Zongbao was a little impatient. Mu Ziming did not dare to neglect and whispered, "Sometimes it's a month, sometimes it's more than 10 days. "So long?" Li Zongbao frowned. "Let me tell you, senior brother Li. Because there is no direct teleportation formation from Sky Patrol City to other big cities, it takes a lot of effort for Tongmu City to get news from Sky Patrol City. It takes a lot of effort. Many times, the message charm is lost. It's already good that Tongmu City can get news from Sky Patrol City in such a short time. Furthermore, this humble one dares to boast that any news that can be obtained in the Three Kingdoms can be obtained in Tongmu City. Then, how long has it been since you last got information from Sky Patrol City?" Li Zongbao did not wait for Mu Ziming to finish and interrupted him and asked. "It seems like." Mu Ziming was a little hesitant. "Reporting to Captain Mu, I just came from the conference hall yesterday. It seems that there has been no new battle report for more than 1.5 months. A Foundation establishment city guard beside him hurriedly whispered in his ear. "Conference hall?" Li Zongbao rolled his eyes and asked curiously, "Why does Tongmu City have a conference hall?" However, just as he finished speaking, Fairy Hong Xia, who was beside him, sighed and said, "Senior brother Li, why are you still asking such a boring question? Sky Patrol City. I'm afraid it has fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators. We'd better hurry into the city and use the teleportation formation." "What? Sky Patrol City? Sky Patrol City has fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators? Is this true?" Mu Ziming turned pale with fright. Fairy Hongxia's heart was also filled with mixed feelings. She had heard from Xiao Hua that this news had been passed to the Imperial Thunder sect 2 years ago. She felt that there would be no more problems and that the tragedy of the sword catacomb would not happen again. However, LV Ruochang brought them another piece of bad news. Xiao Hua's message did not seem to be taken seriously by the Taoist sect cultivators. Of course, Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Hua did not think that Jiu Xia would not send this news to Qian Diheng. Since Jiu Xia could say it out loud, he was naturally not afraid of being found out by the Taoist sect cultivators. At this time, the few questions that Li Zongbao asked were obviously from Xiao Hua. However, from Mu Ziming's answers, Fairy Hong Xia already understood that when the four of them passed through the territory of the Huan Kingdom and returned to the Kingdom of Shi, the sword cultivators had already launched their final attack on Sky Patrol City. Since it was another unintentional attack, and under the planning of Jiu Xia, even if the Taoist sect had a nascent soul stage cultivator, how could they be a match for the sword cultivators? The outcome of this great battle of Dao cultivators had undergone an earth-shattering change. Didn't you say just now? Generally speaking, the battle situation from Sky Patrol City to Tongmu City would take at most a month's time. Now, it has been less than a month and a half. If Sky Patrol City had not fallen, what other accidents could there be? Li Zongbao said lightly, well, since our identities have been confirmed, can we enter Tongmu City? Yes. Yes, of course. Mu Ziming stammered. Obviously, he was particularly surprised by the news that Sky Patrol City had fallen. If it's possible, I'll have to trouble Captain Mu to send someone to take us to the teleportation formation. Fairy Hong Xia said, eager to return home. Yes, yes. Mu Ziming nodded hurriedly. Before he could say anything, Wang Qing stepped forward and said, Captain Mu, shall I lead the way? All right, go ahead. Seeing this, Mu Ziming nodded. Yes, Wang Cheng was very happy. He bowed and said, for seniors, please follow me. Xiao Mao nodded and looked at Li Zongbao. The two of them followed Wang Cheng, while Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Hua prepared to follow behind. Senior brother Li. At this time, Mu Ziming came to his senses and hurriedly called out, Senior brother, can you wait for a moment? I still have to report the news of the four senior brothers' arrival in Tongmu City to the city governor. Moreover, Senior brother Li's words just now were really shocking. I have to report it immediately. If the city governor asks. Captain Mu, we have urgent matters to attend to back to the sect. I hope that you can pass on our apologies to the governor of the city. Li Zongbao was even more anxious than Fairy Hong Xia. He rejected the request without hesitation. All right. Okay. Mu Ziming nodded and at the same time, he hurriedly gave a look to the other disciples. There were already disciples in the distance who turned and flew away. Seeing that the disciples had left, Mu Ziming bowed again and said, Senior brother Li, the news just now is really important. I have to report it to the city governor as soon as possible. I'll leave first. Please forgive me, Senior brother Li. Li Zongbao was a little unhappy, but he could not say anything. After all, this was Tongmu City, not the Utopia faction. He could only follow the thoughtful arrangements of Tongmu City. Chapter 2965. When Xiao Hua saw Mu Ziming flying away hastily while Wang Qing brought the four of them and slowly flew towards the vine wall of Tongmu City, he sighed and asked, Marshal Nephew Wang, what's the matter with the Tongmu City's discussion hall you mentioned earlier? Oh, it's like this. I'll let Marshal Uncle Xiao Hua know. Wang Qing continued to talk about the origin of the discussion hall, and even talked about the special task force of the discussion hall in detail. Only then did he say with a smile, the four martial uncles have brought a considerable amount of spirit stones to my Tongmu City. Therefore, the disciples of my Tongmu City are extremely grateful to the four martial uncles in their hearts. Otherwise, this junior would not have been so ecstatic just now. AI, Tongmu City Lord is really calculative. Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Putting the special task force team together with Qin Jian seemed extremely unreliable at first glance, but after thinking about it, this kind of thing was really unreliable. Therefore, the possibility of Twilight Tong City and the cultivators betting on a tie was the highest. Relying on this bet, everyone's attention was drawn to the other bets. These cultivators bet on Qin Jian, and at the same time, they couldn't help but place their bets on other bets. The popularity of this discussion hall bed immediately soared. Even if Twilight Tong City lost in this aspect, they could earn it back in other places. Not to mention, Tongmu City was purely a blind cat that met a dead mouse. They were extremely lucky to bet on Xiao Hua, who was behind Li Zongbao. All of a sudden, Tongmu City had earned a lot of money. Wasn't that obvious? Of course, this win was purely out of Tongmu City Lord's expectations. However, this calculation also showed how shrewd Tongmu City Lord was. He had a premonition that surpassed ordinary people. Damn it, why does this Tongmu City Lord's shrewdness sound so similar to that sinister Chen Yi? Could the two of them have some kind of relationship? Xiao Hua immediately thought of Chen Yi. However, before he could think further, Xiao Hua's face suddenly changed as he looked at the city gate not far away. Xiao Hua. Fairy Hongxia was very sensitive to Xiao Hua's change. She hurriedly raised her head and looked at the city gate not far away. She asked curiously, Is there anything strange? Rather than calling the city gate a door, it was more like a huge gap. The gap was right in the middle of the wide wall of vines. Hundreds or even thousands of vines weaved together to form an arched door. The top of the door was empty, and the vines dragged on the ground. Countless tiny runes flickered between the vines and on the ground. At this moment, many cultivators were entering and exiting from the two sides of the vine gate. On both sides of the vine gate, there were also city guards of Tongmu City standing guard in the air. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with it. However, in Xiao Hua's eyes, this vine gate was extremely similar to Qin Yi's burial flower manor. Wang Cheng. Xiao Hua did not answer Fairy Hongxia's question. Instead, he said, You said that the meeting hall contains the life stories of the four of us. Tell me, what are the stories that involve me? When Fairy Hongxia heard this, she was equally shocked. Xiao Hua had always been concealing his cultivation level, trying his best to be the shadow behind Li Zongbao. Wasn't Tongmu City's actions just to expose Xiao Hua to the light? Junior has long memorized martial Uncle Zhao's deeds. Every one of them is like a thunderclap reverberating in the ears. How could Wang Qing know what Xiao Hua was thinking? His words frightened Xiao Hua even more. Damn it, I really didn't expect this. This young master actually became famous in Tongmu City, one of the 7 major cities. Man proposes, God disposes. I'm afraid it will fall into the ears of the person who schemed against this young master. Xiao Hua was extremely regretful. However, after thinking about it for a while, he smiled even more bitterly. Nonsense, since he entered the sword catacomb, everything he did was shocking. Didn't he reveal his nascent soul cultivation level and sword transformation cultivation level? Even Lu Ruochang, a sword cultivator, called him Senior Nameless. The cultivators of the Dao sect would know about it sooner or later. Seeing that Xiao Hua had stopped asking, Fairy Hongxia began to worry for him. She hurriedly asked Wang Cheng, Tell me, what kind of heroic deeds did junior brother Xiao have recorded in the meeting hall of your Tongmu City? Yes. Wang Cheng had long been observant and knew that Mu Ziming wanted to delay Xiao Hua and the others. He wanted to take advantage of this period of time to report to the city lord. When he heard this, he smiled and took the opportunity to say, Actually, regarding martial Uncle Zhao's deeds, other than being influenced by the Great Battle, there are very few records of his deeds in the Imperial Thunder sect. This junior only knows that martial uncle failed to establish his foundation the first time, and only later did he attempt to establish his foundation the second time. Even before martial uncle entered the Imperial Thunder sect, there are very few records of his deeds as a rogue cultivator. Oh. When Xiao Hua heard this, he almost reached out to pat his little heart. He heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Could it be that martial nephew Wang only remembers the deeds of senior brother Li Zongbao and does not remember the records of this Xiao? Of course not, Wang Cheng was very anxious. The deeds of martial uncle Li, martial uncle Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia are indeed many and very detailed. However, this junior greatly admires martial uncle Xiao when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect as a rogue cultivator, rose to prominence in the Imperial Thunder sect with great difficulty, displayed his ferocity at the Feather Immortal Gathering, and now even stood out in the great battle of Dao and Sword. This junior has seen the records of martial uncle on the wall of heroes of the meeting hall at least 8 times, if not 10 times. How could this junior forget them? Damn it, there are even records of the Feather Immortal Gathering. This Tong Mu city has really put in a lot of effort. Xiao Hua was shocked in his heart. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the gates of Tong Mu city. Seeing the 4 of them flying over, all the guards of Tong Mu city stood respectfully and looked at them from afar. This caused the cultivators entering and leaving the city to feel that something was amiss. Let's put on the camouflage cloak. Xiao Hua knew that once they entered Tong Mu city, they would definitely cause a commotion, so he hurriedly said. Li Zongbao did not think much of it, but he still nodded in agreement. The 4 of them put on the camouflage cloak and hid their figures, so that they could avoid being surrounded by a group of cultivators. Naturally, the 4 of them followed Wang Qing into the city gate, and no guards stopped them. Obviously, they had already received Mu Ziming's orders. After passing through the city gate, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed, and a completely different scene appeared in between the light and shadow. He saw that Tong Mu city was still a continuous mountain range, and there were no changes. However, among the brocade-like flowers and plants, there were many buildings that seemed to have been created by the gods. These buildings were either made of rattan, green wood, or bamboo, and their styles were all different. Some were like flower buds, some were like pine cones, and some were like thick wood. Although there were so many buildings of different sizes, and they almost covered the entire mountain range, at a glance, these buildings seemed to have grown naturally on the mountain range. There was no trace of magic power or man-made at all. This is really a place out of this world. Fairy Hong Xia could not help but exclaim in admiration. Female cultivators had a much higher pursuit of beauty than male cultivators, and they had an innate love for such natural beauty. Fairy Hong Xia. Wang Qing, who was beside her, could not help but look at the sky and said proudly, "Senior, what you see is just the ordinary side of Tong Mu city. If the sun sets in another 2 hours, thousands of paulownia flowers will bloom, and the entire Tong Mu city will be as beautiful as a heavenly palace. That is true beauty." Xiao Hua knew what Wang Qing was thinking. However, he only had feelings for the so-called beautiful scenery, and did not think about it. Whether it existed or not, it did not matter, and he did not care. He only wanted to use the teleportation formation of Tong Mu city to leave this place. However, Fairy Hong Xia was different. She was obviously moved by Wang Cheng's words, and she unconsciously looked around, as if she was thinking about the magnificent scene of paulownia flowers blooming. Her footsteps actually slowed down. At this moment, Li Zongbao had already walked in front of the 4 of them. Xiao Mao obediently took half a step back. He also knew that in such a situation, Li Zongbao could handle it much better than him. He only needed to follow behind Li Zongbao, and he would receive all the praise he deserved. Li Zongbao's cultivation level was not as high as Xiao Hua's, but he was much better at dealing with people. He had not said much, but now he said lightly, "Martial nephew Wang, it's not far from dusk now. We have heard about Tong Mu city long ago. If we can see the wonderful scene of paulownia flowers blooming, this trip will not be in vain. How about this? Where is the meeting hall of Tong Mu city? We'll go take a look." Hearing this, Wang Cheng was overjoyed. He hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, "Martial Uncle Li, the meeting hall is over there. If the 4 of you can move to the meeting hall of Tong Mu city will definitely be honored. Only the Sentry city has a meeting hall. The meeting hall of my Dao sect is wherever the seniors are." Li Zongbao frowned and said with some displeasure. Yes, I understand." Wang Cheng was a little frightened and said hurriedly, "I will report what Martial Uncle Li said to the city lord." "There's no need for that. This is a matter of your Tong Mu city. I'm just saying what I think." Li Zongbao said calmly as he walked. That's right, who is the city lord of Tong Mu city? I don't think I've heard of him before." Xiao Hua only remembered now. Although he was wary of Chen Yi and had always been guessing, he had never heard of any news about the city lord of Tongmu City. Therefore, Xiaohua whispered to Fairy Hongxia. Hearing Xiaohua's message, Fairy Hongxia did not find it strange this time. She also replied, Xiaohua, the city lord of Tongmu City is called Qingliuzi. He is usually very mysterious, and not many cultivators have seen his real face. Perhaps because of his arrogance, he said that only nascent soul masters and above can see him in Tongmu City. Therefore, I don't know anything about Qingliuzi. Oh. Is that so? Hearing this, Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Based on the arrangements of Tongmu City, the city lord of Tongmu City should be someone with a wide range of connections. How could he be so arrogant? What is the cultivation level of this senior Qingliuzi? Xiaohua asked curiously. This concubine doesn't know. Husband, you should ask senior brother Li. Fairy Hongxia smiled apologetically. Her gaze fell on the strange flowers and plants beside her. Chapter 2966. The roads of Twilight Tong City were ingenious. After entering the city, one would go straight up the mountain ridge with a slight curve. However, the roads below one's feet were extremely smooth and straight. Beside these roads were all sorts of shops, inns, taverns, and tea houses. They were not arranged in rows like in other large cities. Instead, they were uneven, with some high and some low. Rather than saying that they were standing tall, it would be more accurate to say that they were growing healthily like spiritual trees. There were also many flowers that seemed to be blooming among the spirit flowers. It was truly an eye-opener for Fairy Hongxia. Although there were many people on the roads, everyone seemed to be smiling. Clearly, they were intoxicated by the beautiful scenery of Twilight Tong City. It was very different from other big cities. Senior Qingliuzi. He is indeed very mysterious. I don't know what he looks like either. Hearing Xiaohua's question, Li Zongbao muttered to himself before replying like Fairy Hongxia. However, he continued, I heard from my master that Senior Qingliuzi is good at business and scheming. He is closer to cultivators who are useful to him than his own father. However, he is even more distant than cultivators who are strangers to him. Pfft. Li Zongbao's analogy made Xiaohua laugh. He could not help but laugh out loud. Wang Cheng turned his head in confusion. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at a spirit flower that was about to bloom. This Xiao seems to have seen a spirit stone growing out of that spirit flower. It can't be. Wang Cheng was stunned. He looked at it with all his might and asked in confusion, Senior Uncle Xiao, did you see wrongly? That is just an ordinary Ling Mian. I think I saw wrongly. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, how can that spirit stone be Ling Mian's father? Wang Cheng was even more confused by Xiaohua's words. Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao were also stunned. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua waved his hand and waited for Wang Cheng to turn around. He then transmitted Li Zongbao's words to the two of them. Fortunately, the two of them were already prepared. Otherwise, they would definitely laugh out loud like Xiaohua. Li Zongbao shook his head slightly as he looked at the two of them who were trying to hold back their laughter. Then, he transmitted his voice again, Junior Brother Xiao, don't underestimate Senior Liuzi. However, his cultivation is the highest among the city lords of the 7 cities. Now, he had actually reached the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. He seems to be even more powerful than the sect leader of your esteemed sect. Hearing this, Xiaohua gasped. He was now at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He had a deeper understanding of the difference between the early stage and the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. He knew that there was a huge gap between the two realms. For a cultivator who had a lot of work to do, being able to reach the early stage of the nascent soul realm was already a great fortune, but Qingliuzi was able to reach the middle stage of the nascent soul realm again. The 3,000 Great Tao is indeed true. Xiaohua sighed, everyone has their own destiny. The heavenly Tao is equally ruthless. Even if you have thousands of mistakes and thousands of shortcomings, As long as you wholeheartedly follow the Tao, the heavenly Tao will always leave a smooth path in front of you. However, if you have no Tao in your heart, even if you have thousands of good deeds, the door of the heavenly Tao won't open for you. Yes, that's right. Li Zongbao also sighed. When I heard this that day, I also sighed for a long time. I feel that this character is really incomparable to the realm and cultivation. Alas. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. He knew that he was only at the gold core realm and it was extremely inappropriate to talk about the nascent soul realm senior. However, he still couldn't help but think about it. There was a difference between good and evil people, but the heavenly Tao didn't. If evil people could become immortals and good people fell, then what would the immortal realm become? What would the cultivation realm become? Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked again. The cultivation of the Tao sect doesn't care about good or evil, nor does it care about character. However, the Buddhist sect cares a lot about good and evil. There is a saying that good will have good results and evil will have evil retribution. A person's cultivation should plant a good tree, and only by planting good causes can there be good results and good retribution. Could it be that this deviation in cultivation caused the conflict between the Tao sect and the Buddhist sect? Caused the destruction of the Buddhist sect? But if that's the case, is the Buddhist sect's objective really different from the heavenly Tao? Is it really wrong? Even the Confucian cultivators who only cultivated the qi of righteousness in their chests and faced the heavenly Tao with a pure heart were also destroyed by the Tao sect. Their cultivation is also wrong? Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss. Do they really want to be the strongest? Do they really not care about good or evil, about the lives of others, and only care about their own cultivation, only care about becoming immortals? Such immortals, are they really the immortals in my heart? It had to be said that if the Tao sect cultivators had such thoughts, no one would think of it. Perhaps if they had such thoughts, they would be instantly killed by themselves or their own masters. Only a cultivator like Xiaohua, who had tried many kinds of cultivation methods, could have such doubts and doubts. Helplessness, sometimes it was really helplessness. If he knew that this disciple of his actually doubted the Tao sect's cultivation method, he would probably immediately come out of seclusion. However, even if he appeared helplessly in front of Xiaohua, what could he do? Other than helplessness, what else could he do? Martial uncles, please come this way. That is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong city. At this moment, Wang Cheng's voice rang out, pulling Xiaohua out of his deep thoughts. When he looked in the direction Wang Cheng was pointing, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. His somewhat astonished eyes flashed with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In the front left of the crowd, in the midst of the flowers, there was an oval-shaped bird's nest on top of hundreds of thick spiritual trees. The nest was completely built with fist-sized branches, and there was an extremely large gap between the branches. Through the gap, one could vaguely see the brilliance of the bird's nest. On top of the thick spiritual trees, large green talismans slowly flowed. These green talismans were like flowers and grass, and they corresponded with the surrounding spiritual trees and spiritual grasses. It was as if the grasses and trees on the mountain range were floating above the bird's nest. This bird's nest was admittedly huge, but its color and brilliance seemed to blend together with the many grasses and trees. It really seemed as if a huge bird had built its nest here. This is the meeting hall? Even Li Zongbao's face showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and even his voice changed a little. If the meeting hall was a bird's nest, then what about the Book of Heroes in the meeting hall? Wouldn't it be a bird's nest? Wang Qing said in a deadpan manner, "Martial uncles, please know that this is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong city. It is also the building of my Twilight Tong city that is second only to the city lord's mansion. Usually, the auction for the face-retaining pill in my Twilight Tong city is usually held in this meeting hall." Li Zongbao withdrew his astonishment and nodded slightly. The buildings in Twilight Tong city were really strange. Building a bird's nest was already giving them face, but if they really built something strange, it would be hard to say. The meeting hall was in the shape of a bird's nest, so entering and leaving the meeting hall naturally had to be like a bird's nest. Seeing many Qi refining disciples activating their flying talismans and many foundation establishment cultivators summoning their transcendence energy to fly into a star-shaped entrance, Xiaohua smiled and pointed his hand. It seems, there are also many cultivators, who want to enter the bird's nest. Hee, of course. Wang Qing said with a smile. Right now, we are already in the second stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Because the nascent soul masters of the three cultivation countries have already participated in the war, there are many battles that have yet to begin, but the outcome is already known. Therefore, the number of cultivators who come to my meeting hall to participate in the meeting has decreased by a lot. As early as a few years ago, when all of you were still fighting at the front line, the meeting hall was filled with people and was much livelier than it is now. Xiaohua nodded. He understood that in the first stage of the Great War of Tao and Sword, the strength invested by the Taoist sect was equivalent to the strength invested by the sword cultivators. Moreover, at that time, they were not very familiar with each other, so it was extremely difficult to guess the outcome of the battle. In particular, the sword cultivators had Jiu Xia's arrangement and LV Ruochang's command. This was definitely beyond the expectations of all the Taoist sect cultivators. The situation of the battle was like a cloud of fog, complicated and unpredictable, which was really suitable for gambling. Now that the higher-ups of the Taoist and sword sects were participating in the war, there were only so many sword transformation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators. The sword cultivators were obviously at a disadvantage in terms of strength, so they could only win by relying on the element of surprise. It could even be said that after more than 10 years of fighting, the last sentence was in Sentry City. Therefore, the situation in the second stage was extremely clear on the surface, but if it was used for gambling, it would be somewhat difficult. No wonder Wang Qing said that there were fewer people entering and leaving. There has been no news for 1.5 months. The number of cultivators waiting here. I'm afraid there will be fewer. Xiao Mao looked at the entrance and said. Senior, please. Wang Qing took out a flight talisman again and activated it with his magic power. Then, he said respectfully, I'll lead the way. Wait a moment. At this moment, Li Zongbao stopped and turned to look at Fairy Hongxia, but in fact, he was transmitting his voice to Xiaohua. Junior brother Xiao, should we go in? Based on Wang Cheng's words, there are many cultivators inside. If we go in, we might be recognized by others. Xiaohua understood Li Zongbao's meaning. He knew that Li Zongbao was afraid that he would not be willing to show his face in public, so he asked this question. Xiaohua thought for a while and felt bitter. During the trip to the sword domain, he had killed dozens of illusory swordsmen. Although Qin Heng and other second-grade sword transformation swordsmen were killed by him, they died because of him. Sooner or later, the news would spread to the country of Shi. In particular, some cultivators had seen what he did in Million Mountains. Although they could not return to the three kingdoms of cultivation in a short period of time, they would come back sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before his true strength was exposed. Since that was the case, he could only prepare for a rainy day. He had to make an impact early and establish his reputation in the three kingdoms of cultivation. As for the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, Xiaohua had already taken a look at the soul technique of the Huda Stockade's Elder Wu. It was 100 times more profound than the secret technique given by Han Zhu. Xiaohua was confident that even nascent soul cultivators would not be able to see through it. As for spirit-severing cultivators, would they even take Xiaohua seriously? Chapter 2967. Let's go in and take a look. Xiaohua faintly transmitted his voice. If we don't enter this place, not to mention that others will use this against us and say that we look down on Tongmu City, given the character of Tongmu City Lord, I'm afraid he will be displeased with us. Now that we are only foundation establishment cultivators, it's better to be careful. All right. After getting Xiaohua's approval, Li Zongbao said, Marshal Nephew Wang, you lead the way. Yes. Although Wang Qing did not know why Li Zongbao asked Fairy Hongxia, he did not dare to think too much about it. He agreed and flew forward. Xiaohua and the others followed Wang Cheng to the entrance of the bird's nest. There were more than a dozen aura refining disciples standing guard there. There were also 3 Foundation Establishment city guards standing to the side with grave and stern expressions. They were on full alert. Although Wang Cheng was leading the way, Xiaohua and the others were still required to remove the camouflage before they could enter. Li Zongbao and the others naturally did not agree. However, after Wang Cheng's helpless voice transmission, the Foundation Establishment city guards' faces were filled with shock. After seeing the token of Li Zongbao's special task force in the meeting hall, the 3 Foundation Establishment city guards immediately bowed respectfully and invited the 4 to enter the bird's nest. These cultivators are some nascent soul cultivators? After Li Zongbao and the others entered the bird's nest, and Qi refinement cultivator who had a close relationship with the Foundation Establishment city guards quietly transmitted his voice. After all, in this bird's nest-like meeting hall, apart from nascent soul cultivators, even late golden core cultivators could not wear the camouflage. They are not nascent soul cultivators. The Foundation Establishment cultivator said respectfully. If those cultivators came, how could the city lord not accompany them? Do you think that Wang Cheng, a level 12 Qi refinement cultivator, could accompany them? Then how could they enter the meeting hall wearing the camouflage? The Qi refinement cultivator almost forgot to transmit his voice. If Deacon Chen knows about this, we will not be able to escape punishment. Not to mention Deacon Chen, even if the city lord himself came, he would definitely not be punished. Another Foundation Establishment cultivator laughed. Because, although they are only Foundation Establishment cultivators, they are worthy of the treatment of nascent soul cultivators. How is that possible? The aura refining disciple seemed to have walked into a dead end. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. An alert disciple next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Martial Uncle Wang, could it be that they are, Shu? It's good that you know." Martial Uncle Wang hurriedly said, "They naturally have their reasons for not announcing their arrival. Think about it, if the cultivators in the assembly hall knew that they were here, then, wouldn't they go crazy? Sigh, what a pity. I can't see the faces of the 4 martial uncles with my own eyes." That disciple said regretfully. Haven't you seen enough of the appearances of the 4 fellow Taoists in the conference hall? The disciple who spoke first finally understood and spoke with a hint of jealousy. That was just an illusion. How could it be so real? They were the seniors who had killed the 3rd-grade illusory sword and obtained the first bounty. Just thinking about it makes this subordinate's blood boil. They are simply too brave. They have truly made our Dao sect's cultivators too proud. That's right. Their honor was obtained with blood and lives. The Foundation Establishment city guard's gaze was also deep. If we were there, I'm afraid that we would have been buried in a foreign land. In order to kill the sword cultivators, this subordinate will not hesitate even if my body is smashed to pieces. That disciple said vehemently. Good. Well said. The Foundation Establishment city guard nodded vigorously. This old man will remember your words. Whenever there is such a good opportunity, this old man will think of you first. Not to mention these Dawn Tree city guards who were discussing behind Xiaohua and the others. When Xiaohua and the others stepped into the assembly hall, they were greeted by a huge space. The inside of this space was very similar to what they saw outside. It was really in the shape of an oval-shaped bird's nest. However, this bird's nest was really big. It was several times bigger than the assembly hall in Sky Patrol City. However, what attracted Xiaohua's attention was not the size of the assembly hall, but the images on the inner walls of the bird's nest. This bird's nest was about 1,000 feet tall, and the colorful light screen occupied the inner wall of the bird's nest. Moreover, the light curtain was divided into 2 layers. Each layer was about 100 feet high. In other words, the images on each layer were about 100 feet high. At a glance, there were many huge images that came into view. Xiaohua might not be able to see the images of the others, but at the bottom layer, there was a female cultivator who was stepping on a red flying cloud and holding a red silk in her hand. Above her head, there was a phoenix celestial body with its wings spread. Wasn't that Fairy Hongxia? And opposite Fairy Hongxia's image, there were several sword cultivators in front of her who were fleeing in panic on their flying swords. Every single one of these sword cultivators had ugly faces, and their faces were filled with fear. With a single glance, one could tell that Fairy Hongxia was extremely valiant and ferocious. Xiaohua, you are over there. Unlike Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia saw Xiaohua at a glance. Without waiting for Xiaohua to take a closer look at the images of Fairy Hongxia, she immediately called out. Xiaohua followed Fairy Hongxia's finger. Sure enough, behind the 10 different huge images of Fairy Hongxia, there was also the majestic appearance of Xiaohua stepping on thunder. However, this Xiaohua's hand was not holding the wishful staff, nor the seal of turning the sea, but a huge fire net. On the fire net, there were faint threads of lightning, and within the threads of lightning, there were many fire crows dancing. In front of the fire net, there was also a sword cultivator who was fleeing in panic. That sword cultivator's sword armor was already surrounded by flames, and his flying sword seemed to have been shattered. How could it be the fire crow net? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, and then he came to an understanding. Of course, Xiaohua utilized numerous magic treasures in the battle between the Dao Sword Sect and the Dao Sword Sect, yet practically no one had seen a single one of them. Even if someone had seen one, I presume that person had probably perished in the battle. And if Tongmu City wanted to know about Xiaohua's magic treasures, they could only get information from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This fire crow net was naturally obtained from the shocking Thunder Palace, right? Hehe, this Tongmu City is quite capable. I don't seem to have used this fire crow net much, right? Xiaohua chuckled. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed slightly. That's right, following the transformation of the illusion, another image of Xiaohua quickly appeared in the distance. In this image, the fire crow net in Xiaohua's hand had already changed, turning into the appearance of the Great Wisdom Sword. This Great Wisdom Sword had smashed onto a sword cultivator's flying sword, smashing it into pieces. Damn it! Xiaohua couldn't help but curse inwardly. This Qingliuzi is really harmful. I don't know what other secrets this guy has found out about me. But looking further, Xiaohua was relieved. The next few images were all of Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao was holding the glittering immortal piercing whip, majestically killing in all directions. He had practically beaten all the sword cultivators until they pissed their pants in terror. Then there was Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was still holding the universe ring in his hand. Although he wasn't as majestic as Li Zongbao, he still had a righteous and awe-inspiring look on his face. He was like a lone hero charging into a group of swords. The universe ring overflowed with splendor, stepping on many broken swords. He was really impassioned. After Xiao Mao's image, there were many images of disciples from other sections. They were all vivid and lifelike. Xiaohua recognized some of them, but there were also many that he didn't recognize. Presumably, they were all meritorious officials in the war. After a few glances, Xiaohua once again focused his attention on the upper layer. He saw that the images of the upper layer were slightly different from those of the lower layer. Each and every one of them appeared somewhat dignified, and the killing intent on their faces was somewhat less. After seeing the familiar images of Daoist Jing Ru and Daoist Miyu, Xiaohua understood. The upper layer should be a record of the nascent soul masters, while the lower layer should be a record of the meritorious officials in the war. Weng weng. A low rumbling sound suddenly sounded, and the light and shadow on the inner wall of the bird nest suddenly changed. Wang Cheng, who was at the side, anxiously said, "For martial uncles, please wait for a moment." "Oh? Is there something strange?" Li Zongbao frowned and asked. "No." Wang Cheng smiled and shook his head. He pointed to an extremely far distance and said, "For martial uncles, please take a look." Following Wang Cheng's finger, in the distant light and shadow, a sword flew over at an extremely fast speed. On top of that flying sword stood an arrogant and unruly sword cultivator. Qin Jian. Xiaohua saw the sword cultivator's face at a glance, and he suddenly understood in his heart. Sure enough, immediately after, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua appeared in midair around the flying sword. They surrounded Qin Jian in a triangular formation, and after a desperate struggle, Qin Jian finally self-detonated and died under the three's magic weapons. Xiaohua, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao looked at each other in dismay. To be honest, this illusion could not be called unreal. It was created according to Li Zongbao's report and according to what was written on the order of commendation. But, how could the real battle be so childish? Qin Jian was a third-grade illusory swordsman. How could he be killed by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? Lies, lies, lies are lies after all. They cannot stand up to scrutiny. Seeing that the 3 of them were greatly magnified in the entire nest, Xiaohua was the first to think. Even though the 3 of us have exaggerated this matter to the heavens, when the real thing appears, it is far from what we thought it was. Luckily, after that, there were a few more battles, including the 4-side sword formation, the 10-direction annihilation formation, etc. Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao's small team also broke through the 4-side sword formation. This battle situation was very real, and it also covered up the lie of Xiaohua and the rest killing Qin Jian. Phew, Xiaohua was secretly relieved. After all, if he could accept it in his heart, those who did not know would definitely think that it was real, right? Unfortunately, before Xiaohua's little heart could calm down for a moment, there was a clear cry that seemed to shake the entire nest. Another 1,000 feet large phoenix Dharma body swooped down from high above. A blurry figure similarly descended like a deity. Xiaohua knew with a single glance that this was definitely the image of a terrifying phoenix. Chapter 2968. Along with the appearance of the terrifying phoenix, there were also many sword cultivators. These sword cultivators were like small fries in front of the huge phoenix. The huge phoenix grabbed them one by one and crushed their flying swords. Who is the terrifying phoenix that makes sword cultivators tremble in fear? The Great Tao Sword War has already entered the 2nd stage. This mystery still hasn't been solved. Could it be that we have to wait until the end of the war to find this hero's footsteps? A gentle and enticing voice rang out as the huge phoenix spread its wings. Others might be able to stay out of it, but the cultivators of my Tongmu city definitely can't. We have to rely on our own abilities to solve the mystery of the 3rd place in the Great Tao Sword War. If any of you have your own plans, you can come to number 3. My Tongmu city will discuss it with you. We must return the truth to the terrifying phoenix. Terrifying phoenix? Number 3? Damn it. Xiaohua was shocked at first, but then he came to his senses. They are betting. Not waiting for Xiaohua to search for the 3rd location, rumble, the sound of thunder came from afar. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiaohua was helpless. Apart from Nameless, there is no bigger mystery than the terrifying phoenix. It was really like that. Nameless, wearing the robes of the Imperial Thunder Sect, appeared. His appearance was so clear. The scene was naturally the Great Tao Sword War between the 7 Extremes mountain range and the Sword Catacomb. Xiaohua felt like he was there. However, the last words made him feel extremely disgusted. The Imperial Thunder Sect's Nameless is the 2nd mystery of the Great Tao Sword War. My Tongmu city has already sent disciples to the Imperial Thunder Sect to investigate clearly. There is absolutely no nascent soul cultivator named Nameless in the entire Imperial Thunder Sect. Then, is this Nameless really nameless? If this Nameless is nameless, why is he wearing the robes of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Why does he know the Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning escape technique? Fellow Taoists, we have to rely on our own abilities to solve the mystery of the 2nd place in the Great Tao Sword War. If any of you have your own plans, you can come to number 2. My Tongmu city will discuss it with you. We must return the truth to the Imperial Thunder Sect's Nameless. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved. The terrifying phoenix and Nameless are 2 big mysteries. Then what is the first mystery? Could it be that the sword catacomb disappeared? Unfortunately, as the nameless figure disappeared, another 2 layers of cultivators began to appear. There was no mention of the first mystery of the great battle of Tao and sword. For martial uncles. Are you satisfied? Was the scene of the 4 senior uncles killing the sword cultivators real? Wang Qing said proudly, it took a lot of effort from the magicians of Tongmu City. Tisk tsk, Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile, how many spirit stones would this cost? Our Tongmu City is willing to spend these spirit stones in order to publicize your achievements. Wang Qing said respectfully. Then, which mystery is ranked first in the Dao sword battle? Xiaohua asked curiously. Martial uncles, please look over there. Wang Qing didn't directly answer Xiaohua. Instead, he pointed his finger into the distance. Xiaohua followed his finger and looked over. He saw that in this huge space, there were many cultivators clustered around. Xiaohua took a look and felt that there were at least 10,000 people. However, these 10,000 cultivators were moving around in this space, and it didn't make people feel crowded. At the end of this space, there was a huge jade archway with a green one on it. However, before Xiaohua could take a closer look, he heard a thunderous rumble from the inner wall of the bird's nest. A ball of azure brilliance flew over from the distance like a meteor. When it got closer, it fell into the air with a peng sound. A brilliance like a bird's egg flashed with a sparkling luster and spun rapidly in the air. Buzz. A strong vibration came from the bird's egg. When the brilliance spread out like waves, a tall middle-stage gold core cultivator with 5 strands of beard on his face appeared in the brilliance with a smile. The flowing brilliance formed a green platform. The sudden appearance of this cultivator attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the bird's nest. However, looking at their unsurprised expressions, they were already used to it. Fellow cultivators. As soon as the cultivator appeared, he didn't stop and said loudly, since the Dao sword battle has entered the second stage, many of the battle results have been obvious since our nascent soul masters led the team to participate in the battle. My Tongmu City hasn't set up a bet for a long time. I'm sure all of you are a little impatient. Now, I've received orders from the city lord. In order to repay all of you for your kindness to my Tongmu City will make a final bet on mystery number 1 since the beginning of the war. However, before the cultivator finished speaking, a white-haired gold core cultivator immediately said loudly, Deacon Chen, you have been in the meeting hall for 1.5 months. There hasn't been any battle report from the Sky Patrol City. How can we guess? How can we place a bet? Could it be that Tongmu City has received the latest news from the Sky Patrol City? Deacon Chen said with a smile, Tongmu City has set up a meeting hall here since the beginning of the battle. It is to imitate the Sky Patrol City. Although we can't participate in the battle personally, we have to devote our minds to the Dao sword battle. Tongmu City didn't set up a bet to collect spirit stones. You must know that since the battle, Tongmu City has sent a lot of spirit stones to the Sky Patrol City's meeting hall. These are all recorded on the side of the meeting hall and also have the imprint of the gold core cultivators in the meeting hall. Therefore, the battle reports received by Tongmu City are completely open to the public in the meeting hall. Any battle report received by the city lord from the front line of the Sky Patrol City will be sent to me as soon as possible, and I will definitely announce it here without missing a word. This. I think all the fellow cultivators have known about this for more than 10 years, right? I don't know what fellow cultivator C means today. Nothing. The gold core cultivator surnamed C obviously knew Deacon Chen and said with a smile, I just feel that there has been no news from the Sky Patrol City for so long. Did fellow cultivator Chen just get the latest news and hurriedly set up a bet? Deacon Chen's expression remained unchanged and he said with a smile, I can swear a blood oath that Tongmu City has never received any latest battle reports from the Sky Patrol City. Oh, Deacon Chen, you don't have to do this. When he heard that Deacon Chen was about to swear a blood oath, the old man surnamed C hurriedly waved his hand and said, Deacon Chen represents Tongmu City. I and the others have been in Tongmu City for more than 10 years, how can we not trust Tongmu City? That's good. Deacon Chen nodded with a smile. He clapped his hand and took out a grassroot-like jade slip. As Deacon Chen cast a spell, the jade slip turned into a stream of light and rushed to the archway that Xiao Hua saw earlier. Boom! With a loud sound, an emerald-green brilliance appeared at the place where the jade slip landed. It was as if the sky was filled with flying flowers that spiraled down. When the flying flowers disappeared into the air, a thumb-sized seed flashed in the air. That seed immediately landed below the decorated archway. With a whoosh sound, a vine that was several feet wide grew from the spot where the seed landed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the top of the decorated archway. A few large and powerful words appeared on the vine. Balls of green brilliance surrounded these large words and gave birth to light. Sky Patrol City has fallen, Dao sect has fallen. What? These words were probably hundreds of feet high, and all the cultivators in the nest could see them clearly. The entire nest was in an uproar again, and exclamations rose to the sky. How is this possible? It has only been more than a month. There has been no battle report from the Sky Patrol City. How can it be that the Sky Patrol City has fallen? Even if the Sky Patrol City has fallen, so what? Dozens of nascent soul cultivators of Dao sect joined forces to attack. It's normal for them to seize the Sky Patrol City. It's absolutely impossible. This is a kind of slander to Dao sect strength. Without the Sky Patrol City, we can still attack other places in Huan country. Our Dao sect will never fall. Impossible. The Sword Dao War had been going on for who knows how many years and who knows how many times, but the Dao sect had never lost. The fall of the Sky Patrol City is just a tactic of Dao sect. Waves of discussions came from all over the nest, and all the arguments were that it was impossible and that they did not believe it. Fellow cultivators, this is just a guess of Tongmu City. If any of you feel that something is wrong, you can go to the first round and place a bet. No matter how much it is, Tongmu City will accompany you. Deacon Chen's expression did not change. He clapped his hands and said, "My humble city lord also wants Dao sect to win. This guess is just to return the spirit stones that he won from you. Moreover, this is just to add some fun, so don't take it seriously." I don't believe it. The city lord of Tongmu City can predict the future. A young Qi refinement cultivator who was quite close to the first round took a few steps forward to the side of the memorial archway and said angrily, "Back then, he was just trying his luck and connected the first team of the meeting hall with Qin Jian. Later on, I heard that it was just his blind guess. Today, I don't believe that his blind guess will come true. Even if the Sky Patrol City has really fallen, our nascent soul cultivators will not fall." As he said that, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. Then, he took out many spirit stones and threw them into the archway. On the side of the archway, there were many things that looked like flower buds. As the spirit stones and the jade slip were thrown in, the flower buds suddenly bloomed and turned into thin vines hanging on the archway. On the thin vines were the words, "Sky Patrol City has fallen, Dao sect wins." I don't think Sky Patrol City has fallen at all. A fat golden core cultivator on the left shook his head and said, "That Shuiyu sage has been in Sky Patrol City for a long time. There are magic arrays protecting the city both inside and outside. It is absolutely impregnable. However, there have been no reports of battle for a few days. This can only mean that sword cultivators have temporarily besieged Sky Patrol City. As long as the nascent soul cultivators receive the news, they will definitely lead a team to defeat the sword cultivators." Chapter 2969. Then, the golden core cultivator threw a jade slip and some spirit stones into the other flower bud. The flower bud turned into a vine and wrote, "Sentry City has not fallen, Dao sect wins." Seeing these two cultivators going up to bet, the other cultivators also went up and put in a lot of spirit stones. The two vines grew bigger and bigger. Before long, the two vines were the same size as the one controlled by Deacon Chen. Of course, the cultivators who made the decision were only a part of the crowd. There were many cultivators who were discussing the reason behind Tongmu City Lord's decision. How can this be considered the number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War? Xiao Mao frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and then at the crowd and muttered, if we're talking about mysteries, then the disappearance of the sword tomb should be the number one mystery. Wang Qing heard this and smiled, but he didn't answer. Xiao Hua glanced at Wang Qing and said with a smile, from what I see, I'm afraid even the city lord doesn't know how the sword tomb disappeared. Moreover, the mystery of the disappearance of the sword tomb. No one will know in the future. With such a mystery, even if there are people who bet a lot of spirit stones, they won't be able to get it. If they can't get it, how can they be the number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War? Hee, indeed. Xiao Mao smiled. At this time, he also understood that even if the disappearance of the sword tomb was the number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War, because it was impossible to get a result and it couldn't earn spirit stones for the city lord of Tongmu City, it could only be kicked out of the top 3 mysteries. Or perhaps, someone had already asked this question after the first stage of the Dao Sword Great War. Wang Qing didn't answer Xiao Mao because it was an old friend. Cough, cough. Deacon Chen glanced at the 3 huge vines and knew that those who could bet had already done so. Those who hadn't were waiting for the latest battle report. He coughed slightly and said loudly, the number one mystery of the Dao Sword Great War will be like this for the time being. After all, the situation is not controlled by Tongmu City. However, I have a piece of good news to share with everyone. Oh. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and didn't know what good news it was. However, when Xiao Hua heard these words, his heart skipped a beat, and he secretly cursed in his heart. Sure enough, Deacon Chen continued, we've always been discussing the war, and we've always been envious of those who rendered meritorious service during the war. Moreover, we've always yearned to see their graceful bearing. Ever since the end of the first phase of the war, my Tongmu City has invited some of the outstanding disciples from the various factions to come to my Tongmu City. My Tongmu City has witnessed everyone's excitement when they came to my meeting hall. However, the biggest contributor in the first stage of the Great Dao Sword War had not shown himself and had not returned to the 3 cultivation kingdoms. It was said that they had gone to the Qiu Sea and the Mabe Desert. Of course, Chen Mao also heard that they had gone to the Huan Kingdom. It was even rumored that they had gone into seclusion in the Sky Patrol City after the war. Fellow Taoists, who do you think they are? Meeting Hall's first team. A few clever young cultivators had already shouted, we've been here every day to see the 4 seniors' voices and smiles, but we've never seen them in person. Could it be that Tongmu City invited them here? Tongmu City has always sent people to guard the Utopia faction, the Xuanyan school, the Huanhua sect, and the thunder-controlling sect. Once there's any trace of the 4 fellow Taoists, Tongmu City will immediately invite them sincerely. Deacon Chen smiled and said, however, God rewards those who wait. It's your enthusiasm that moved these 4 fellow Taoists. Chen Mao didn't even dare to imagine that these 4 fellow Taoists would actually come to my Tongmu City today and actually come to my meeting hall. Boom! Deacon Chen's words were like cold water poured into a hot pot of oil. The entire bird's nest was in an uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were looking around randomly, and all their divine thoughts were sweeping around randomly. It seemed that they were really anxious to find the familiar yet strange faces. Xiao Hua and the other 3 did not walk into the crowd. They were accompanied by the disciples of Tongmu City. Therefore, it only took a moment for them to be noticed by the crowd. Tens of thousands of eyes fell on the 4 of them. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated. The entire bird's nest was silent, as if they were all waiting for the answer to the mystery. Alas, it's really the center of attention. Xiao Hua sighed somewhat helplessly. It seemed that this was the first time Xiao Hua had experienced showing his face in front of so many cultivators and receiving their respect. Marshal Nephew Li, Deacon Chen urged the green platform to fly in front of Xiao Hua and the others. He said with a smile, I am the deacon of Tongmu City's meeting hall. My name is Chen Yuming. The city lord has already learned of the 4 fellow Taoists' arrival. Because he's busy with city affairs, he gave the task of receiving the 4 fellow Taoists to me. Now that the 4 fellow Taoists have come to the meeting hall, you've already seen the Book of Heroes of Tongmu City. Presumably, you also know that the people in the meeting hall yearn for the heroes of the Great War of Tao and Sword. Since you've come here, you've come to your own home. Why are you still dressed in camouflage? Could it be that you want to give us a surprise? Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and tore off the camouflage, revealing his true face. Boom! Everyone let out a cry of surprise, when Xiao Mao, Fairy Hong Xia, and Xiao Hua all took off their camouflage, especially when Fairy Hong Xia removed her camouflage, revealing a face that was even more beautiful than the one in the illusion. When she revealed a graceful and luxurious appearance that wasn't present in the illusion, the entire meeting hall went into an uproar. It seemed that after Xiao Hua revealed his face, not many people paid attention to him anymore. Of course, in a corner, when a female cultivator saw Xiao Hua's face, shock appeared on her face. On another side, when another female cultivator saw Xiao Hua's face, ecstasy appeared on her face. As for another female cultivator who was close to the 3 great mysteries, when she saw Xiao Hua, she was even more astonished. Martial nephews of the heroes, please come up the platform. Chen Yiming stretched out his hand with a smile, indicating for the 4 to fly up the platform. Li Zongbao knew that at this moment, Xiao Hua wouldn't show his face. He should stand in front of him like he did in the Sky Patrol City's meeting hall. Thus, he smiled and said, "Martial brothers Xiao and martial sister Hong Xia, let's go." Yes. The 3 of them agreed and flew up the platform together. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, martial Uncle Chen." Chen Yiming was grinning from ear to ear. He hurriedly helped them up and said, "Martial nephews, please dispense with the formalities. I really didn't expect that the 4 people with the greatest battle merits would really appear before me and even bow to me. We don't dare. Although we have battle merits." Li Zongbao stood up in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble as he replied, "However, a senior is a senior, and a junior is a junior. We Dao sect cultivators must not be like the barbaric sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom and neglect etiquette." "Good, well said." Chen Yiming clapped his hands and said, "Nephew, you're right. We're going to beat the invading sword cultivators and let them know that although our Dao sect values etiquette and reputation, we're definitely not to be trifled with." Before Chen Yiming could finish speaking, someone below the platform immediately shouted, "Seniorly, can you tell this junior how you used the immortal piercing whip to kill Qin Jian that day? I really find it unbelievable." Qin Jian was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. His strength was almost higher than a late-stage Golden Core master. Although you brought 2 Xiao seniors with you, but... Martial nephew Li, you see. I haven't even opened my mouth and someone has already asked. This question is really hard for us to answer. Martial nephew, why don't you tell us what happened that day? Chen Yiming said with a smile, "After all, the illusion in my meeting hall was created based on the information recorded in the bounty notice and the information obtained by the disciples of Tongmu City. It might be different from what happened that day." Li Zongbao smiled and said calmly, "Martial Uncle Chen, you're too humble. I've already seen the Book of Heroes. Everything else aside, the battle that I experienced was recorded in detail in the Book of Heroes. It made me feel like I was in it again. Tongmu City is really amazing. It really lives up to its reputation." "You flatter me." Chen Yiming cupped his hands and said, "This is all because of the city lord's great talent and strategy. Us subordinates were only doing things under the guidance of the elder. As for the other battles, I won't talk about them." Li Zongbao pointed with his finger and said, "Just based on what this fellow Daoist said, in this battle to kill Qin Jian, if it was someone else. Yes, it's the other 3 Foundation establishment cultivators like me who killed Qin Jian, I wouldn't believe it. First of all, he had to find evidence that they had lied about their military exploits. Just as this fellow Daoist suspected." That cultivator laughed embarrassedly. The 100 or so cultivators beside him also laughed. "It's a pity that Qin Jian was indeed killed by me and my 2 Xiao juniors. there's no doubt about it. Qin Jian really self-destructed in front of us. The sword light from that self-destruction soared into the sky. I could only barely find his head in the wreckage. Li Zongbao said frankly, even if this fellow Daoist were to follow us through the battle again, he would still be able to see how we killed Qin Jian. But I have to say that we were able to kill Qin Jian because we were standing on the shoulders of Martial Uncle Chu Hui from the Utopia sect, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu from the Changbai sect and Martial Uncle Su Bo from the Cool Breeze Valley. We were able to obtain this battle achievement. And if we're talking about battle achievements, these seniors who sacrificed their lives for the Taoist sect are the real heroes. We were only able to kill Qin Jian, who was a third-grade illusory sword cultivator, by taking advantage of the fact that these seniors injured Qin Jian. We managed to cut off his head and barely got the battle achievement. Not only that, if it weren't for the other Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators who were holding back the other bright sword and nurturing sword cultivators, the three of us wouldn't have been able to kill Qin Jian so easily. Chapter 2970. Great. Chen Yiming could not help but exclaim, Nephew Li, what a great way to claim credit but not be arrogant. Senior brother Li, quick, tell us about the heroic deeds of these seniors. How did they fight to the death? How did they injure the demon like Qin Jian? Some of the more impatient disciples shouted out. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua and saw that he was smiling, seemingly satisfied with the atmosphere in the meeting hall. Li Zongbao knew that Xiao Hua was willing to share the battle of the cultivators in Flowing Ice Valley to encourage everyone. Li Zongbao's face turned serious as he said, it's like this. Li Zongbao then vividly described the life and death battle in the Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao's eloquence was top-notch. He had already intimidated the Gold Core cultivators in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall, let alone these cultivators who didn't know the situation of the battle. When these cultivators heard this, their blood vessels surged, their fists clenched, and their faces flushed red. It was as if they were the ones fighting in the underwater karst cave in the Flowing Ice Valley. Of course, the greatest contributor in the Battle of Flowing Ice Valley was still Xiao Hua. However, in Li Zongbao's mouth, Xiao Hua's contributions had already been shared between himself and Xiao Mao. He even said that Xiao Mao's hardships were more than his. Therefore, a lot of attention shifted from Li Zongbao to Xiao Mao. However, no matter how much attention was shifted, it was not as much as on Fairy Hongxia. Before coming to Meng Mountains millions of miles away, Fairy Hongxia was already a famous beauty with a great reputation. Now, not only had she restored the phoenix celestial body into an innate spirit body, the innate 5 elements nourished her body from the inside out. Her skin was as glossy as jade. Furthermore, she had also inherited the phoenix celestial body. She had inherited the so-called divine peacock mother's holiness and arrogance. Everyone who saw Fairy Hongxia would feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Then, they would feel the urge to bow down and worship Fairy Hongxia as a saint. How could such a person not attract attention? After Li Zongbao finished speaking, some people began to ask Fairy Hongxia. Although Fairy Hongxia had only joined the first team for a short period of time and had not experienced many battles, she could not resist the curiosity of the crowd towards the female cultivator. Everyone asked one question after another, and it took them almost an hour to ask her. There were even many cultivators who wanted Fairy Hongxia to release her phoenix celestial body so that they could broaden their horizons. With regards to this request, Fairy Hongxia rejected it without a trace. If she really did release it, what was the difference between that and playing with a monkey? Seeing all this, the man who was hidden in the woman's radiance shook his head slightly and sighed. Damn it, men and women can never be compared. Although his wife had played an important role, in terms of battle achievements, she was only comparable to Xiao Mao. Poor Xiao Mao, no one asked him anything. Junior brother Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator suddenly spoke up with a smile. I heard that the 2 junior brothers are cultivators from the state of Xi. During the battle, it was junior brother Xiao Hua who recommended junior brother Xiao Mao to join the first team of the assembly hall. Could it be that the 2 junior brothers are related by blood? Xiao Hua smiled and didn't answer. He nodded towards Xiao Mao, indicating for Xiao Mao to answer. Senior brother, there's something wrong with what you said. Xiao Mao calmly said, this humble one and senior brother Xiao Hua only had some interactions, but this humble one and senior brother Xiao are not related by blood at all. In fact, when it comes to blood relatives and brothers, I feel that on the battlefield of the Great Tao Sword War, all cultivators were brothers. Not to mention which sect, or which vassal state, as long as magic techniques were used against the enemy and magic tools were used to kill sword cultivators, then we are brothers. Good. Junior brother Xiao has really spoken I's mind. Although Xiao Mao didn't answer some of his questions, the crowd of cultivators applauded. That's right, martial uncle Xiao Hua, Fairy Hong Xia and martial uncle Li's backgrounds are extremely detailed. Only martial uncle's experience started from the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, it is said that martial uncle was a loose cultivator before. Is this all true? Where did you cultivate before, martial uncle? A chi condensation cultivator who appeared to be quite weak asked cautiously. Xiao Hua looked at this cultivator and said with a smile, presumably, this fellow Daoist is worried that his background isn't good and that he doesn't have the support of a famous sect. He feels that he won't be able to do anything earth-shattering, so he asked this question, right? Yes, the cultivator's face turned red and he said in a somewhat panicked manner. And, then I'll give you some words of advice. Xiao Hua said word by word, don't ask where a hero comes from, miracles come from people. As long as you have a heart that seeks the Tao, as long as you have a tenacious path of cultivation, then, miracles will be in your hands. The height of a nascent soul grandmaster will also be under your feet. Many thanks. Many thanks for Martial Uncle Zhao's guidance. Junior understands. The cultivator's face turned red from excitement. He had already thrown the matter of him asking about Xiao Hua's background to the back of his mind. Of course, those who wanted to know about Xiao Hua's background also knew that Xiao Hua didn't want to talk about this matter, so they didn't ask anymore. Martial nephew Xiao. Just when Xiao Hua let out a slight sigh of relief, a somewhat sharp voice sounded out. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. It was a thin and tall golden core cultivator with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks looking at him. This Daoist is Qingsong Mountain's Huasong. I have a question to ask. Qingsong Mountain? Xiao Hua smacked his lips and thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have any impression of it, but he still smiled and said, Senior Hua, please speak. Huasong pointed at the 3 archways in the distance and said, Martial nephew also saw that there are 3 big mysteries in the discussion hall that haven't been answered yet. The second and third mysteries are related to your Imperial Thunder sect. This old man wants to ask you, which of your Imperial Thunder sect do you think this terrifying Phoenix and Senior Nameless are? Alas, what will come in the end. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He knew that he couldn't not face it. Thus, Xiao Hua said to Chen Yuming, Senior Chen, can you fly in front of the archways and let this junior see clearly? Of course. Chen Yuming smiled somewhat thought-provoking. He urged the green platform to arrive in front of the 2 archways. He saw that there were many vines on the second archway, and each vine had a different name written on it. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua used his divine sense to scan it, but there wasn't a single one with Xiao Hua's name written on it. Xiao Hua pointed at the archway with his hand, and the words, who is nameless, flickered with green light. He said, this Xiao is also very puzzled. Unfortunately, this Xiao's eyes have never seen Senior Nameless. Moreover, Xiao Mao is only a Foundation Establishment disciple in the Imperial Thunder sect. He has never known a few gold core late-stage masters, so even if this Xiao makes a wild guess, this Xiao won't know who it is. How about, this Xiao throws in a spirit stone for himself? Xiao Mao laughed in his heart. That's right, Xiao Hua can't see himself with his own eyes. What he said is also right. Ha, Chen Yuming laughed instead. He clapped his hands and said, Dear nephew Xiao, this bed in my Tongmu City's assembly hall is a kind of encouragement. Anyone can participate. If dear nephew wants to participate, you only need to write your choice on the jade slip, and then put in your own spirit stones. If the mystery is solved, my Tongmu city will pay according to the bet in the jade slip. Hee, since Senior Chen has invited me, this junior can't not give face. This Xiao has never seen this senior nameless, then, this low-grade spirit stone will be participation. Xiao Hua said, took out a jade slip, wrote something, and threw it into a budding flower bud along with a piece of low-grade spirit stone. When the jade slip fell, the flower bud was the same as before. It turned into an extremely thin vine and hung on the archway. The words on it were almost indiscernible. Qin Yiming laughed and shook his head. Nephew Xiao, it's also I's fault. I didn't explain things clearly. The size of the vine is related to the number of spirit stones thrown in. Nephew's low-grade spirit stone can't even show the words. Don't. Xiao Hua shook his head vigorously. This junior spirit stone is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's a one-way trip. One is enough, I can't throw in any more. Junior brother Xiao, I'll help you. Li Zongbao laughed and threw in a low-grade spirit stone. Hee, we also agree. Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia covered their mouths and laughed. They also threw in a low-grade spirit stone. Sigh. Previously there were people who said that after the battle, the first team in the conference hall is like brothers. This old man didn't believe it at first. But looking at it now, it's true. It's through the baptism of smoke and blood that the relationship between people can become more solid. Qin Yiming took the opportunity to sigh. Nephew Xiao, that terrifying phoenix, do you know? The golden core cultivator named Huasong from before asked somewhat worriedly. Oh. Senior, did you throw in a lot of spirit stones? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Hee, yes. Huasong replied somewhat embarrassedly. Then which one of my Imperial Thunder sect did you throw in? Xiao Hua asked again. Huasong hesitated and said, I think it's all of them. Moreover, your sect has a lot of foundation establishment cultivators. It's not easy for me to choose. Did you choose me? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Of course, one of them is Nephew Xiao. Huasong's eyes lit up and blurted out. So Senior chose a few. Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, Junior really wanted Senior to win these spirit stones. I also wanted to admit that I'm the terrifying phoenix, but unfortunately. Could it be that Nephew Xiao isn't the terrifying phoenix? Huasong was disappointed again. Many people beside him were also disappointed. Xiao Hua shrugged and said somewhat helplessly, I don't have a true bloodline, nor do I have a phoenix body. Therefore, if I admit that I'm the terrifying phoenix, I'm afraid all of you won't believe it, right? Chapter 2971. Sigh. Suddenly, the entire nest was filled with sighs. That's easy. Qin Yiming's eyes flashed with a strange light as he continued, I happen to have a magic treasure from my Tongmu city. Previously, it was used to detect a disciple's bloodline and recruit disciples. Now that the world's spiritual energy has changed greatly, this magic treasure can detect whether a disciple has a true blood dharma body. If Martial Nephew Xiao is willing, you can try it. Oh. There's such a treasure? Xiao Hua was stunned, somewhat in disbelief. Martial Nephew, please take a look. Qin Yiming clapped his hands and took out a green leaf. This magic treasure is called discernment. I only need to inject my Tongmu city's unique spell into it and it will reveal whether Martial Nephew Xiao has a phoenix dharma body or not. Senior Chen. Xiao Hua was amused. Why does this junior feel that this thing was prepared for me? You just want to see if I have a terrifying phoenix? Of course not. Qin Yiming shook his head and said, as a deacon of the discussion hall, I am also responsible for the recruitment of disciples in my Tongmu city. I always carry this thing with me. How could I have specially prepared it for Martial Nephew? Martial Nephew Xiao Hua is overthinking. It seems that if I don't test it, you won't let me go. Xiao Hua looked around and smiled. Martial Uncle Xiao, you should test it. This junior is also betting on you. Your words just now made this junior's heart turn cold. And Qi refinement disciple said with a bitter face. All right. Senior Chen, please cast the spell. Xiao Hua was naturally not afraid and said. Okay. Qin Yiming was also not polite. He waved his hand and the discernment flew into the air. Qin Yiming injected several spells into it, and the magic treasure turned into a green leaf about 10 feet in size. It covered Xiao Hua from top to bottom. Xiao Hua indifferently looked at it. When the emerald leaf was about a foot away from Xiao Hua's head, it suddenly stopped. Then, the entire emerald leaf began to rotate. Rings of emerald light wrapped around Xiao Hua from head to toe like a halo. A faint suction force was born from the emerald leaf. Then, the emerald leaf rapidly swayed a few times. The emerald light passed through Xiao Hua's body, then gradually dimmed. Qin Yiming was indeed a little surprised. Junior nephew Xiao really doesn't have a Dharmakaya? That's right. Could it be that Senior Chen thinks that I should have a Dharmakaya? Xiao Hua asked in return. Looks like, there are times when the city lord miscalculates. Qin Yiming muttered a few words in a low voice, but Xiao Hua heard it clearly. Deacon Chen, is your magic treasure broken? Several golden core cultivators clamored. Martial nephew Xiao Hua is obviously a terrifying phoenix. Qin Yiming's analysis has always been useful. How could it be broken? Qin Yiming sneered. Why don't any fellow Daoist come up and let me test it? There's no need for others. Isn't there the famous Red Dawn fairy beside the deacon? Her phoenix Dharma body has saved the life of a gold core stage elder in the conference hall. Several voices sounded in unison. Qin Yiming smiled bitterly. He had long seen through the arrogance of Fairy Hongxia. How could she possibly be tested? Sure enough, Fairy Hongxia glanced at those people indifferently and didn't say a word. If Fairy Hongxia can't do it, others can. Deacon Chen, how about you let us settle down peacefully? The crowd refused to let go. Sigh, all right. Qin Yiming glanced at them and pointed at a city guard. Ming Hong, come over here. Yes. That city guard was a Foundation establishment cultivator. He helplessly flew up the platform. However, just as that disciple stood up, a slightly joyful voice sounded from not far away. Senior Chen, this junior is willing to give it a try. Oh. Xiao Hua heard this familiar voice and couldn't help but be stunned. He looked up and saw a female cultivator with youthful vitality and a face full of joy. Moreover, there was a trace of untamed expression in her eyes as she squeezed her way over. Huang Mengxiang. Xiao Hua couldn't help but groan in his heart. Although he hadn't seen this somewhat rebellious girl for a long time, he never thought that he would see her here. Almost at the same time, Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia with a guilty conscience. Fortunately, Fairy Hongxia didn't know about his relationship with Huang Mengxiang. She just watched from the side with interest. Who are you? Seeing an extremely beautiful female cultivator in the early stage of Foundation establishment, Qin Yiming was also stunned. This junior is Huang Mengxiang from Sky Gate Mountain. Greetings, Senior Chen. Although Huang Mengxiang was very excited, her etiquette was thorough. She said respectfully, this junior has been in Tongmu City for many years. I like the flowers and plants here very much. I have also been in the meeting hall for a long time. I also admire the atmosphere here. Now that Deacon Chen has something to do, this junior naturally has to share the burden. Good, Qin Yiming clapped his hands and said, this old man will remember your name. Sky Gate Mountain is also a famous cultivation family in the country of Xi. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to come and find this old man. Hee, thank you, senior. Huang Mengxiang was overjoyed. She then bowed to Li Zongbao and the others and said, greetings, senior brothers. Li Zongbao and the others returned the greeting. Xiao Hua also helplessly followed. However, Huang Mingxiang actually winked at Xiao Hua. She even slightly pouted her red lips. Xiao Hua was so frightened that he hurriedly looked left and right to see if anyone was paying attention. This girl is really too fiery. Xiao Hua couldn't help but shake his head. Nephew, don't resist. This old man will cast a spell, just like the one I cast on martial nephew Xiao. Qin Yiming gave a few instructions. Then, as Qin Yiming activated the identification spell, a faint shadow of a red sparrow appeared from the green leaf. It was very similar to the usual Dharma body, but it was much smaller. How is it? Seeing this, Qin Yiming finally felt relieved. He said loudly, "This magic weapon of mine is indeed effective. It can only mean that the terrifying phoenix of the Imperial Thunder sect is not martial nephew Xiao Hua." That. Huang Mingxiang waited for Qin Yiming to finish speaking and said with a smile, "Although the terrifying phoenix is very mysterious, it is far inferior to senior brother Xiao Hua in terms of battle achievements. This concubine has been in this hall for many years and is very familiar with senior brother Zhao's deeds. This concubine has been determined since young to find a dual cultivation partner in this life. I want to find such a hot-blooded cultivator, a stalwart man who will place the safety of my Dao sect in his heart. Although senior brother Xiao looks young, his cultivation is deep. This concubine admires him. This concubine has an embroidered handkerchief, but I haven't been able to find an owner. Today, in front of tens of thousands of fellow Taoists, I will give it to senior brother Xiao Hua. Although I don't dare to ask senior brother Xiao to keep it close to his body, if he can place it in his heart, that is also good." Saying this, Huang Mingxiang actually looked at Fairy Hong Xia provocatively. "Damn it, do you want to die?" Xiao Hua almost jumped up, his face flushed red. Boom, the emotions of all the cultivators were once again ignited. The entire hall burst into cheers. Accept this." Xiao Hua looked at Huang Mingxiang's exquisite jade-like face. Her skin revealed a kind of pink. Although he hadn't seen her for dozens of years, Huang Mingxiang's face unexpectedly didn't change much. It was as if the years simply didn't remember her. "Senior brother Xiao," Huang Mingxiang's face was delicate and pitiful. She said loudly, "Although this embroidered handkerchief has my own selfish motives. However, it also condensed the enthusiasm of countless cultivators who couldn't participate in the war in our cultivation 3 countries. This isn't only for this concubine, but also for the tens of thousands of cultivators present. If you don't accept it, then, you will be letting down the hearts of all the cultivators. Take it, take it, take it." Wave after wave of rapid and rhythmic shouts rang out. Everyone's gaze landed on Xiao Hua's body. Junior sister Huang, aren't you making things difficult for this Xiao?" Xiao Hua touched his nose and said helplessly. He. Huang Mingxiang didn't answer, but her eyes clearly said, "What's wrong?" "I'm just making things difficult for you. Junior brother Xiao, since this is a gift from the hearts of everyone, you should accept it." Fairy Hong Xia's face was really somewhat unsightly. She fiercely glared at Huang Mingxiang and suppressed her anger as she said in a low voice. Since Fairy Hong Xia had spoken, Xiao Hua's heart lightened. He quickly stretched out his hand and received the embroidered handkerchief. However, even though his movements were fast, the sharp fingernail on Huang Mingxiang's little finger still quietly approached and lightly scratched his palm twice. These 2 scratches were so light, it was as if a beautiful hair had brushed across the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Good, everyone roared with laughter. A pipa for a beauty, an embroidered handkerchief for a hero. Fellow Daoist Xiao, shouldn't you be a little more interesting? Fortunately, Huang Mingxiang's face revealed a happy expression. She blinked her eyes at Xiao Hua and ignored the words of the others. She flew down from the platform and fell into the crowd. Soon after, she disappeared. Xiao Hua also smiled bitterly. He helplessly looked at Fairy Hong Xia, who had turned her head and ignored him. He placed the embroidered handkerchief in his bosom. All right, after waiting for half a cup of tea's time, the atmosphere of the entire meeting hall slowly calmed down. At this time, Qin Yiming raised his hand again and said, I am here under the orders of the city lord to invite the first team of the meeting hall. Now that I have taken the initiative to let the four of you show your faces, it can be considered as an explanation to all of you. Now, I will invite the four of you to the Jingtai Pavilion. Everyone, please excuse me. As he spoke, a green light flashed under Chen Yuming's feet. The green platform was about to move. Wait! Another golden core cultivator jumped out and hurriedly shouted. Oh! Fellow Taoist, is there anything else? Chen Yuming was a little displeased. He had already brought out the orders of the city lord, but this cultivator still wanted to ask and prevent him from leaving. Obviously, he didn't put him in his eyes. However, seeing that the other party was also a golden core cultivator, Chen Yuming had no choice but to stop and ask indifferently. As expected, the gold core cultivator glanced at Chen Yuming's displeased expression before looking at the other gold core cultivators around him. He opened his mouth and said, Martial nephew Li Zongbao and the other martial nephews have really boosted the courage of our Dao sect. Moreover, their noble character and unquestionable integrity has also convinced this poor Daoist and the rest. However, right now, the few of us, and the majority of the cultivators nearby, have a question to ask martial nephew Li Zongbao. Chapter 2972. Senior, please ask. Li Zongbao naturally knew what the golden core cultivator wanted to ask, because when Xiao Hua was being questioned, many cultivators had already woken up, and all of them were whispering to each other or transmitting sound transmissions with strange expressions. I want to ask you, did you bring the news of the fall of Sky City to Tongmu City? Did you see the fall of Sky City with your own eyes? The golden core cultivator stared at Li Zongbao and asked, how did the sword cultivator break into Sky City? Didn't my Taoism sect disciples come back in time? Ha, ha, ha. Li Zongbao laughed and said, I thought you were going to ask me something. So this is it. Then, as a disciple of the Utopia faction, I would like to tell you that my 3 junior brothers and I did not come from the Sky Patrol City. It was impossible for us to see the fall of Sky City. Moreover, as fellow Taoists are well aware, we have left the battlefield after the Battle of the Sword Catacomb and traveled to other places. We have just returned to the state of Shi and arrived at Dawntree City. As for the situation of the battle, we do not know as much as fellow Taoists. In a while, we would like to ask Senior Chen for advice. But the golden core cultivator still wanted to ask more questions. Li Zongbao did not wait for the golden core cultivator to finish and interrupted him, saying, I know you want to ask where we went to travel. However, this is our privacy. Forgive me for being rude, but I can't tell you. If possible, the Utopia faction, Xuanyan School, Huanhua sect and Imperial Thunder sect will send disciples to answer your questions. Now, forgive me for not being able to tell you. Hearing that someone asked Li Zongbao about Sky City, Chen Yuming's heart skipped a beat. However, after hearing Li Zongbao's reply, which was neither arrogant nor humble, he couldn't help but give Li Zongbao a thumbs up secretly, praising the way the Utopia faction trained their disciples. When Chen Yuming heard Li Zongbao say, no comment, he said loudly, everyone, Martial Nephew Li has said everything he needs to say. They've come from afar, so they must be tired. Chen Yuming will take them and leave first. Then, without waiting for others to say anything, he activated the platform under his feet. The platform turned into a stamen and flew toward the stone wall in the distance. Xiaohua's people followed the platform, but they could not help but look back, as if they wanted to see Huang Mingxiang's figure. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find a person in a crowd of thousands of people, even if she was extremely beautiful. Xiaohua retracted his gaze and heard Fairy Hongxia's voice, what's the matter? You and Huang Mingxiang are acquaintances? Xiaohua naturally would not hide anything from Fairy Hongxia. He softly transmitted his voice and told her about his experience with Xue Xue in Tianmen Mountain. However, he naturally had the spring and autumn writing technique. He would not shatter the vinegar jar at home just because of his so-called magnanimity. The stamen rushed into the stone wall and disappeared. Everyone naturally retracted their gazes. However, Huang Mingxiang's eyes flashed with excitement. Xiao Hua definitely couldn't guess the fiery passion in his eyes and how he wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. In another direction, a female cultivator's eyes were filled with anxiety. This person was none other than Chun Kuei of the Flower Burial Heights. Chun Kuei had seen Xiao Hua's real face when he showed his true face. She was extremely shocked. Although she was a maidservant of the Burial Flower Manor, she was still Chenyi's confidant. Therefore, she knew almost everything that happened in the Burial Flower Manor. When Chen Yi, Zhu Qinghe, and the others went to the ink cloud Black Forest, Chun Kuei naturally knew some clues. When Chen Yi came back safely from the ink cloud Black Forest, only Zhu Qinghe was with her. Chang Yefeng, Xie Zhiqian, and Xiao Hua were nowhere to be seen. Needless to say, Chun Kuei knew that Xiao Hua was buried in the ink cloud Black Forest. Although Chun Kuei had a good impression of this Foundation establishment cultivator who had indirectly saved her life, she could only sigh in her heart at the injustice of the heavens. However, when the great battle of Dao and Sword began, a new assembly hall appeared in Twilight Tong City. Chun Kuei would occasionally come here when she had nothing to do. When she saw Xiao Hua's familiar face, she was pleasantly surprised but also extremely worried. Although she couldn't come every day to look at the battle reports, every other month, as long as she had free time, she would definitely come to take a look. She didn't want to see Xiao Hua's achievements, but wanted to see if Xiao Hua could survive the cruel war. Of course, in addition to the meeting hall, Chun Kuei also paid attention in front of Chen Yi. She wanted to see Chen Yi's reaction. Because she knew that since she knew that Xiao Hua was still alive, Chen Yi must have known earlier. Unfortunately, Chen Yi did not have any reaction. It was as if Xiao Hua did not die in the ink cloud Black Forest. This made Chun Kuei unable to guess Chen Yi's thoughts. She thought that she had really misunderstood Chen Yi. Xiao Hua also came out of the ink cloud Black Forest alive. Until today, Chun Kuei unexpectedly saw Xiao Hua's face that had not changed for years. Her heart thumped, and she immediately understood the reason why Xiao Hua wanted to take the roots of the beauty-retaining grass that day, as well as the reason why Xiao Hua wanted the other seeds. She couldn't help but secretly complain in her heart. Chun Kuei has served Chen Yi for many years, so she knows Chen Yi's temperament the best. Chen Yi may not remember Xiao Hua's kindness in saving the beauty grass, but Xiao Hua took the beauty grass, secretly cultivated it, and deceived her. Chen Yi will never forget that in her entire life. Now Xiao Hua actually delivered himself to her door. Not to mention that Xiao Hua was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he was a golden core cultivator, Chen Yi would never let him fly out of Tongmu City. Therefore, Chun Kuei could not help but be anxious. Looking at Xiao Hua's disappearing figure, she hurriedly went against the flow of people and walked out of the bird's nest. As she walked, she thought, or, Deacon Chen, could it be that he received orders from the Manor Lord? After all, they are the heroes of the Great War. If they are killed in my Tongmu City, even the City Lord would not be able to explain it? No, Deacon Chen and the Manor Lord are blood relatives. Maybe the City Lord does not know about this. Xiao Hua is in danger. Even if I cannot save Xiao Hua, but I can at least remind him, right? If I can remind him once, I can also exchange for his life-saving grace. Chun Kuei walked away quickly. When Chun Kuei's figure disappeared, another female cultivator slowly appeared from the flow of people. She looked at Chun Kuei with a cold face and said in a faintly discernible voice, I said it? That slut will definitely not let Xiao Hua go. With her poisonous heart, she will definitely send a servant girl to say that once there is any change in the meeting hall, she will definitely take action. This Xiao Hua is also unlucky. Of all places to go, he actually came to Tongmu City. Here, I don't even dare to show myself, but he appeared so boldly. Does he think that he is the hero of the Great War and will be respected wherever he goes? Really childish. This female cultivator paused for a moment, then also slowly walked out of the flow of people and walked towards the entrance of the bird's nest. On the contrary, Huang Mengxiang, who was in the limelight in front of everyone, ruthlessly teasing Xiao Hua, who was full of depression for not being able to find Xiaohua for many years, walked to the second and third decorated archways with a smile on her face. She took out 2 huge storage pouches and 2 jade slips, pointing the answers to the 2 mysteries to Xiaohua. It seemed that she understood Xiaohua's cultivation better than Shui. If this imperial thunder sex nameless was not Xiaohua, who else could it be? Was it just a terrifying phoenix? It was not like she had never seen Xiaohua's phoenix Dharma body before, so naturally she could easily recognize the other side of Xiaohua's terrifying phoenix. However, she was only curious about why Xiaohua's phoenix Dharma body had disappeared. Xiaohua did not know that after he left, there were actually so many accidents in the bird's nest-like meeting hall. He was somewhat nervous as he stole a glance at Fairy Hongxia. After all, time was too short, so he could not explain everything one by one. He only gave a rough account of what happened in Tianmen Mountain. During this time, Fairy Hongxia did not say a word. At this time, Fairy Hongxia proudly raised her head and stood in front of Xiaohua, not turning her head at all. Xiaohua simply did not know what Fairy Hongxia was thinking at this time. Seeing the platform transformed into a stamen rushing into the inner wall of the bird's nest, there was a green brilliance flashing all around. It was very similar to when Xiaohua used the wood escape. If it was a normal situation, Xiaohua would definitely look around and even secretly release his Buddhist consciousness to comprehend the wonders of a magic tool like Tongmu City. But at this time, how could he calm down? Fairy Hongxia's head moved slightly. Xiaohua hurriedly put on a smile and greeted her. However, when Fairy Hongxia saw Xiaohua's face, which was originally filled with anger, when she saw Xiaohua's flattering face, she couldn't help but become a little flustered, and her expression became even more complicated. AI. Fairy Hongxia did not know what she was feeling in her heart. It was not to the extent of having mixed feelings. She just felt an indescribable pressure in her chest, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Fairy Hongxia then turned her head and sighed in her heart. Yes, although Fairy Hongxia did not come from a cultivation sect or a cultivation family, she came from a small cultivation family. However, Fairy Hongxia's beauty had spread far and wide since she was young. Although she did not have Hua Furong's ability to summon wind and rain in front of thousands of blazing fire mountain disciples, nor did she have Kai Mingxia's pampering in front of thousands of disciples, she was still a pearl in the Kai family of Liang. She was held high by all the Kai family disciples and was definitely the focus of attention. Such an environment had long instilled in Fairy Hongxia's arrogant heart. In her heart, her dual cultivation partner should definitely be a great hero and grandmaster of the Dawn Rain continent. He should definitely be the kind of unparalleled man who should ride on auspicious clouds and wear peerless battle armor to marry her. Moreover, this unparalleled man could only belong to her. The prideful Fairy Hongxia had never thought that she would share a husband with others. However, the reality was. Chapter 2973. This was the hope of all female cultivators, as well as their lifelong dream. Naturally, this was extremely difficult. However, in that seemingly distant past, Kai Zhuoxia's death suddenly made her see the fragility of life, and Xiaohua's magnanimity at that time also made her see that this little rogue cultivator was different from the other cultivators she had seen before, arrogant. That momentary realization of life and death, as well as that momentary feeling of being touched, opened her heart to Xiaohua, a disciple whose cultivation was lower than hers, who was only at the qi refinement stage. Actually, after Xiaohua left, she would occasionally think of Xiaohua with some confusion and hesitation in her heart. However, it was this distance, this half-believing and half-doubting period that tempered her feelings, and Xiaohua was deeply imprinted in her heart. People often said that it was love at first sight. However, without the beauty of distance and the hesitation of longing, how could one retain that fleeting moment of youth? At the Feather Immortal Gathering, Xiaohua's performance was unexpectedly good. It was also at that time that Fairy Hongxia saw the confidence in Xiaohua's eyes. From then on, Fairy Hongxia developed an unparalleled self-confidence, feeling that her choice was absolutely correct. This caused Fairy Hongxia to fall out with Yun Jicheng in front of all the disciples, and to transmit her thoughts in front of Xiao Hua. Of course, in Fairy Hongxia's thoughts, although she and Xiao Hua were fated to be together, when it came to the ceremony of dual cultivation, Xiao Hua had to appear on a cloud. However, fate made fools of people. Xiao Hua actually appeared when Fairy Hongxia was at the brink of death, and the two of them had no choice but to engage in dual cultivation. Since it had already happened, Fairy Hongxia had no choice but to face this sudden happiness and sweetness. As for when Xiao Hua mentioned Shui Shui, although Fairy Hongxia objected to it from the bottom of her heart, the happiness of tasting the marrow and savoring the taste of the marrow gave her less time to think. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. If she could always stay by Xiao Hua's side, then Shui Shui, who was like a fishbone stuck in her throat, would definitely not appear by Xiao Hua's side. Fairy Hongxia could only silently accept the reality. She thought that this was just a small joke in reality. She could only face it with a smile. However, following by Xiao Hua's side, such jokes became more frequent, and she could no longer smile. Ruanhua Sex Mingyu did not say anything, and even if Fairy Hongxia knew, she would not say anything. Currently, Jiu Xia, whose cultivation was unfathomable, and Zi Ming, whose power was shocking, made it hard for Fairy Hongxia to breathe. But fortunately, Fairy Hongxia boasted that she was a little better than Jiu Xia and Zi Ming, and she still had some self-confidence. However, after seeing Huang Mengmeng, Shui 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 Shui, Shui 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 Shui, Shui Shui Shui, and that kind of direct provocation and confession, made her somewhat unable to withstand it. It was impossible for her to openly confess to Xiao Hua in front of so many people. Shui Shui Shui, Shui Shui, Shui Shui. Shui 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 Shui, 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 Shui Shui Su Shui, Shui. However, in the blink of an eye, she sees Xiao Hua's smiling face. Fairy Hongxia bitterly smiles again. She knows in her heart that Xiao Hua loves her very much. She can feel it in her heart. However, love is sometimes selfish. Only selfish love can be cherished. If you love too much, can it still be love? My dear Xiao, you're only at the early gold core stage, but you're already able to kill a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. You're almost as strong as a nascent soul cultivator. What kind of strength would he possess when he condensed his nascent soul? How many female cultivators would fight over such a peerless man? When that time comes, who knows how many Huang Mingxians will appear? Thinking of this, Fairy Hongxia felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, when they entered the Million Meng Mountains, their lofty aspirations of catching up to Xiao Hua's cultivation base and galloping across the Dawn Rain continent together with Xiao Hua had collapsed. Xiao Hua is really too outstanding. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach that level in this lifetime. It's so tiring. Why don't you let go? Fairy Hongxia could not help but feel a sense of sadness in her heart. A heart-wrenching pain was like being pricked by needles. Sigh. Fairy Hongxia could not help but let out a long sigh. Oh. My wife. Xiao Hua hurriedly transmitted his voice. What happened to you? It's nothing. Fairy Hongxia turned her head slightly and said faintly, I've just gained some new insights, that's all. Oh, okay. Xiao Hua replied awkwardly. However, he did not notice that Fairy Hongxia's tone had already made a choice, a kind of abandonment. Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia, this couple, had a sense of crisis in their relationship. This seemed to be normal. Nothing in the world was perfect, and nothing could be resolved in a single stroke. Wasn't this the case for the road to happiness being strewn with setbacks? However, in a place in Tongmu City, in a place that was much larger than the meeting hall, a man and a woman seemed to be having some conflicts. This continuous palace was located in the deepest part of Tongmu City, on top of a mountain ridge. This mountain ridge was blue in color, and from time to time, there would be light flowing on it, like ripples on the water. The densely packed palaces were lined up one after another, as if they were floating on the surface of the water. These palaces looked like weeping lotuses in a deep pool, lonely and arrogant. However, these palaces were connected by emerald green corridors. From afar, these palaces looked like a whole, like a huge beehive. Those who did not know the details would not know whether these palaces covered the entire mountain ridge, or whether the entire mountain ridge was a palace. Now, in the depths of the palace, in a palace shaped like a lotus seed, a beautiful female cultivator was snuggling in the arms of a short nascent soul middle-stage cultivator, who was wearing a tricolored robe, and whispering to him. This nascent soul middle-stage cultivator was not only short, but his head was also very small. Since his head was small, his facial features were also very delicate. However, in the eyes of this short man, there was an indescribable shrewdness. This nascent soul middle-stage cultivator was none other than the city lord of Tongmu City, Qing Liuzi. City Lord, can you confirm that Sky Patrol City has fallen? Although the beautiful female cultivator was a golden core cultivator, she was like a kitten in Qing Liuzi's arms. Although her left hand was holding a jade cup, her right hand was stroking Qing Liuzi's waist gently, appearing extremely gentle. If Xiao Hua was here, he would definitely be shocked, because this female cultivator was Chen Yi, who had a fickle personality and a vicious heart. Why not? Qing Liuzi's thin lips curled up slightly, and he looked at the woman in his arms who was taller than him lovingly and asked. Sky Patrol City is the first city of the Dao sect after the Sword Tomb. Based on what I know, their defenses are definitely stronger than Twilight Tong cities. Others may not know, but I am very clear about the defense of Tongmu City. Even if they were to face more than 10 swordsmen, with the city lord's ability, sword cultivators would not be able to break the city. Not to mention the Sky Patrol City. Chen Yi took a sip of spirit wine and obediently sent it into Qing Liuzi's mouth, and said indifferently after a while. In this world, there has never been an unbreakable city. And there has never been an unchanging thing. Qing Liuzi seemed to be enjoying it very much. He closed his eyes slightly, licked his lips with his scarlet tongue, and said calmly, Sky Patrol City has not been breached in the past, but it does not mean that it will never be breached in the future. If sword cultivators continue to plot against Sky Patrol City, or if what Li Zongbao and the others said is true, then Sky Patrol City will definitely be breached. You believe in the words of a few Foundation establishment cultivators so much? Chen Yi raised her eyebrows and said curiously, it seems that the few think tanks of the Dao sect do not think that Sky Patrol City is the target of sword cultivators. Even a wise man will make a mistake. Qing Liuzi looked at Chen Yi's beautiful face and said, I remember that day when Zhu Qing has sent a message from the secret sect. He said that he had received a message from Xiao Hua and the others from the Imperial Thunder sect. Of course I know. Chen Yi's expression did not change. At that time, didn't I? Speaking of this, Chen Yi was suddenly shocked, as if she had realized something. It's good that you can understand it now. Qing Liuzi said with a smile, now that Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao have returned, the first thing they said when they saw the disciples of Tongmu City was to ask about Sky Patrol City. Then, their message must be accurate. Think about it, sword cultivators have been plotting against Sky Patrol City for many years, but they did not make a move. Now, there has been no news from Sky Patrol City for more than a month. Needless to say, isn't it? They must have suddenly attacked Sky Patrol City, and not even a sparrow flew out of Sky Patrol City. TSK The disciples of Sky Patrol City were not the only ones in Sky Patrol City. There were also disciples from Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. How could they have been annihilated and not a single person escaped? Chen Yi covered her mouth in disbelief. What's so unbelievable about it? The sword formation of sword cultivators is also extremely powerful. Didn't they almost kill all the disciples of the Dao sect in the Sword Tomb? I don't believe that they can't take down Sky Patrol City after so many years of planning. Qing Liuzi said disdainfully. But even if Sky Patrol City has fallen, our Dao sect can't possibly lose this battle. Chen Yi asked again, her eyes full of admiration. Qing Liuzi enjoyed this scene very much. He buried his head between Chen Yi's breasts and took a few deep breaths, causing Chen Yi to giggle non-stop. Then, he said, Previously, the sword cultivators didn't dare to attack the Sky Patrol City because they couldn't defend it. With the isolation of the Sword Tomb, it was just a lone city. But now that sword cultivators dare to attack Sky Patrol City, they must have the confidence to defend it. Moreover, there are not only disciples from Sky Patrol City, but also disciples from the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. That gives sword cultivators more leverage to win. Does Sun Yunzi from the Shanghua sect dare to leave the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the hands of sword cultivators? Can Qian Lei do it? Sigh, if Qian Lei is really in Sky Patrol City, this battle. I don't dare to predict that sword cultivators will win. Chapter 2974. Hehe, if Qian Lei is in Sky Patrol City, Sun Yunzi might really attack Sky Patrol City. Chen Yi also understood. So, the sword cultivator has a 60% chance of winning. Qing Liuzi waved his hand and said, with such a bet, how can I not participate? Congratulations, City Governor. Chen Yi's face lit up. I'm really impressed. Hehe, you little girl, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Qing Liuzi pinched Chen Yi a few times and said with a smile. Isn't it for my Tongmu city? Chen Yi said shyly, otherwise, I wouldn't be the bad guy. Li Zongbao and the others can't be touched. Xiao Hua can't be touched casually. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. However, now that Sky Patrol City has been broken and the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect have fallen, what's the harm in touching Xiao Hua? I'd like to see if it was this guy who touched my Tongmu city's youth-retaining grass and who is the mysterious alchemy master who can refine the rejuvenation pill. Yes, I understand. Chen Yi lowered her head and said with a smile, I won't let go of anyone who deceives Tongmu City. Anyone? Qing Liuzi asked calmly. Yes, anyone. Chen Yi was shocked and hurriedly said with determination. Hehe, if you can really do that. Then I can give you a title. Qing Liuzi said with a double meaning. Chen Yi gritted her teeth and nodded fiercely. I understand your painstaking efforts, City Governor. I'll make sure you don't have to worry. Oh. That's good. Qing Liuzi said as he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. There's a message here, maybe you'll be interested. Yes. Chen Yi took it and looked at it. Her face lit up with joy. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Don't worry, City Governor. At this moment, before Chen Yi finished speaking, a green light flew in from outside the palace. It was a message talisman that landed in front of Qing Liuzi. Who's so annoying? Qing Liuzi's face showed displeasure, but he also knew that if it wasn't an extremely important matter, no one would disturb him. Sure enough, when Qing Liuzi's divine thoughts swept over, a joyful expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly pushed Chen Yi and said, You can go now. I have asked Chen Yuming to bring Li Zongbao and the others to the Jingtai Pavilion. You can deal with everything as you deem fit. However, you must remember to not draw calamity to my Dawntree city. Although Chen Yi did not know who had come, she did not dare to disturb Qing Liuzi. She hurriedly bowed and said, I know. I'll definitely deal with it cleanly and won't bring any trouble to my Tongmu city. Good that you know. From now on, Tongmu city will be yours. Qing Liuzi nodded. His body flashed as he transformed into a beam of light and flew away. Clearly, this person was very important and he had to welcome him personally. Chen Yi waited for Qing Liuzi to fly away before she stood up. She took out the jade slip and glanced at it. A trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes before it was replaced by determination. She raised the jade cup in her hand and poured the spiritual wine into her mouth. Then, she flew out of the hall. After the stamen broke through several green barriers, it transformed into a small flying boat and charged into the depths of Dawnton City. Although there were many hidden restrictions in the sky above Dawntree City, it didn't take much effort for the flying boat to break through them. Li Zongbao's eyelids twitched slightly when he saw the continuous appearance of the huge lotus-like palace. He was much more knowledgeable than Xiao Hua. Not to mention the 7 big cities in the country of Shi, he had even been to many big cities in the country of Meng. However, it was obvious that no big city was as extravagant as Tongmu City. Using magic power to build a city was the basic method of the Taoist sect. Most of the ordinary palaces were made of green bricks and green tiles, or they used boulders and yellow sand as the foundation. Like Tongmu City, all the palaces were made of spiritual trees and spiritual fruits. Not only did it look pleasing on the surface, but Li Zongbao also knew that these palaces, walls, and spiritual trees were part of the Tongmu City's magic array. In other words, Sentian City was a city wall and other parts of the magic array, while Tongmu City was a complete magic array as a whole. Just how much strength and how many spirit stones were required to do this? Even a cultivation sect as powerful as the Utopia faction wouldn't have such confidence. Or maybe, this is the reason why the sword cultivators did not attack Tongmu City. Li Zongbao thought to himself. Beside him, Xiao Mao asked, Senior Chen, this must be where the city governor's mansion is located, right? That's right. Chen Yiming did not hide and said with a smile, of course, I have to entertain 4 distinguished guests in the city governor's mansion. Thank you for your generosity, city governor. Xiao Mao smiled and asked again, which one is the city governor's mansion? Today, the city governor has some city affairs to attend to. When we come to Tongmu City again, we can pay him a visit in the city governor's mansion. Nephew Xiao, which one do you think is the city governor's mansion? Chen Yiming did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. Senior Chen actually wants to test me. Let me see. Xiao Mao looked around as he spoke, trying to find the city governor's mansion. However, Xiao Mao looked at the palaces for a moment and felt that they were all close to each other and were connected to each other. There were obvious traces of magic arrays, which were really difficult to determine. After connecting them, Xiao Mao pointed to a palace at the highest point of the mountain ridge and said with a smile, the city governor is naturally above everyone. I guess that palace is the city governor's mansion? Are you sure? Chen Yiming asked with a smile. Oh. When Xiao Mao heard that, he was stunned and was a little surprised. When he was about to answer, yes, he suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, Senior Chen, could it be that, the entire mountain ridge is the city governor's mansion? That's right. Chen Yiming said proudly, nephew, you're right. The palaces in the entire mountain ridge are the city governor's mansion of Tongmu City. Moreover, the 4 of you are not outsiders. I'll reveal a little more. On the surface, the palaces look like they are outside the mountain ridge, but in fact, the entire mountain ridge is the real city governor's mansion. It's so big. Xiao Mao was also speechless. Although he guessed that the palaces that covered the mountain ridge were connected to the city governor's mansion, he really did not expect that Qing Liuzi would hollow out the entire mountain ridge and build the city governor's mansion in the mountain ridge. Damn it, only Tongmu City has such spiritual stones, right? Xiao Mao took a deep breath and said to himself, a meeting hall that is like a bird's nest has attracted countless cultivators to bet on it. For example, the news that was just released that Sentry City has fallen and the Taoist sect has been defeated has attracted countless spiritual stones. I have to say, this senior Qing Liuzi is really good at making money. Thinking of this, Xiao Mao suddenly thought of what Li Zongbao had said. Qing Liuzi was the kind of person who could make use of his own father. If he could not make use of him, his father was also a stranger. He could not help but laugh out loud. Nephew Xiao, did I say something wrong? Chen Yiming asked, slightly stunned. No. Xiao Mao hurriedly waved his hand. I just saw the beautiful scenery of Tongmu City. As he was speaking, the entire Tongmu City suddenly darkened. Streaks of extremely beautiful dark red halos were projected from the western horizon and landed on the mountain ridge of Tongmu City. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a clear sound like a drizzle, the dark red halos landed and the defensive magic array of Tongmu City was activated. At the same time, the halos were torn apart and turned into fine snowflakes that scattered. The snowflakes were like cotton and had a hint of blood red. An indescribable desolation spread throughout the entire Tongmu city. The Tongmu flowers are blooming. Xiao Mao cried out again. His eyes flashed with joy. Even Fairy Hongxia was unconsciously attracted by this desolate beauty, and an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Not only that, when the blood-red snowflakes landed on the mountain ridge of Tongmu City, buzz buzz buzz. Countless buzzing sounds were heard from the foothills. At the same time, thousands of brilliant lights were emitted from the spiritual trees all over the mountain. Within the brilliant lights, fist-sized tricolored petals slowly bloomed. The brilliant lights reflected on the petals, and the petals emitted a brilliance. This brilliance rushed into the thousands of palaces, and all of them shone brightly. Moreover, in this dusk, under the brilliance, a faint darkness appeared and a faint twilight mist appeared. Just as Wang Qing said, the entire Tongmu city was like a heavenly palace. Hiss. Although Xiao Hua had never been fond of beauty, when he saw such a scene, he couldn't help but sigh. However, as he sighed, he vaguely felt that this beautiful scenery was indeed beautiful, but the traces of magic power were quite heavy. Compared to natural beauty, it lacked some spiritual energy. In the eyes of people like Xiao Hua, it was as if every Tongmu flower was a piece of supreme-grade spirit stone. The beautiful Tongmu flowers bloomed like the aurora in the polar night of the Huan Kingdom. They lingered in Tongmu City for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before slowly dissipating. The setting sun in the west also darkened. There was not a trace of the setting sun. What do you think? Qin Yiming looked at the four of them proudly and asked with a smile. Wonderful work. Xiao Hua couldn't help but reply. The city lord is indeed generous. Qin Yiming's smile froze for a moment. Then, he smiled again and said, yes, the city lord is a man of great talent and bold vision. It is really difficult for us to reach. Then, Qin Yiming urged the flying boat to rush into the city lord's mansion. He didn't fly up the mountain ridge, but landed in front of a palace on the lower level. This palace was more than 10 feet tall. There was a green wooden plaque above the palace door. The words were written on it, Jingtai Pavilion. At this moment, the palace door opened. There was some brilliance inside. In front of the palace door, there were servant girls in light green clothes waiting. When they saw Qin Yiming and the others land, a few pretty servant girls flew over to greet them. Chapter 2975. Qin Yiming kept the flying boat and gave a few instructions. The maidservants hurriedly left. Qin Yiming pointed his finger and said, although the four of you are foundation establishment cultivators, you have contributed greatly to the Dao sect. The city lord ordered that the Jingtai Pavilion was originally prepared for mid-golden core cultivators. Today, it is specially used to welcome the four of you. Many thanks to the city lord. Li Zongbao took the lead and bowed. However, his words were somewhat perfunctory. After that, he no longer praised Qing Liuzi. On the other hand, Xiao Hua sneered. He really could not imagine the difference between a place that welcomed golden core cultivators and qi refining cultivators. Wasn't it the city lord of Tongmu City who was invited? Weren't they all Qing Liuzi's rules? This was the so-called face? This face, to be honest, Xiao Hua did not care at all. However, Qin Yiming did not think so. He felt that Tongmu City was giving Li Zongbao and the rest a lot of face. Li Zongbao and the rest should be flattered. Unfortunately, among the four of them, Li Zongbao was calm and collected. Xiao Maodong looked around curiously. Fairy Hongxia's brows were slightly furrowed. She had a sad expression on her face, as if she was still intoxicated by the beauty of the Tongmu flowers blooming. As for Xiao Hua, his eyes were even more dazed. He treated everything as if it was nothing. Really? Qin Yiming was somewhat displeased, but he didn't show it on his face. As they walked, they talked. When had this Jingtai Pavilion ever received any Azoth core cultivators? When had there ever been a nascent soul cultivator? And so on. It was as if the four of them were really lucky to be able to come here. Li Zongbao only casually answered as the five of them entered the main hall. The entire hall was extremely large. The decorations inside were extremely beautiful. Not only were there rare spiritual flowers and herbs, there was also a strange fragrance that filled the entire hall. Lin Qi fragrance. Li Zongbao did not care at first. However, this strange fragrance was really thick. Just half a whiff could enter deep into his meridians and absorb it into his true yuan. His true yuan immediately became lively and dignified. Li Zongbao's mind flashed and he could not help but cry out in surprise. Hee, nephew Li is indeed amazing. Chen Yiming's eyes flashed with a trace of arrogance. He raised his thumb and said, "This old man thought that you all did not understand the cultivation items used by golden core cultivators. Sigh, Dawntree City is really generous. This junior is convinced." Li Zongbao sighed. Looking at Xiao Hua's inexplicable expression, he forced a smile and said, "This Qilan Qi incense is a type of incense used by golden core cultivators when they cultivate. Not only can it clear the mind and drive away heart demons, it can also condense true essence and purify the golden core. Ordinary golden core cultivators would already be very happy if they could obtain a thumb-sized piece. With such a strong fragrance in the Jingtai Pavilion, I think." As he spoke, Li Zongbao's gaze fell on the pillars that supported the hall. He said in disbelief, "Senior Chen, could it be that the 9 pillars, hee, nephew Li, you must be joking." Chen Yiming laughed and said, "The Lin Qi incense in my country of Shi only has 9 pillars, right? How can I take all of Tongmu City for myself? It's just that one of the pillars is wrapped in a layer of Lin Qi incense." TSK, Li Zongbao smacked his lips and said, "Even if it's only wrapped in a layer of Lin Qi incense, this is something that this junior would never even dream of." "Which one? Which one?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua's eyes unconsciously lit up. He hurriedly looked around, wanting to know which pillar was wrapped in Lin Qi incense. But it was also strange. This fragrance came from all sides of the hall, and he couldn't tell where the true source of the fragrance was. Xiao Hua looked for a moment and could only give up. However, Xiao Hua threw away his thoughts of searching. His mouth, nose, and even the cultivation method in his body began to circulate. Not taking advantage of the situation. Was this Xiao Hua? Seeing the 4 people move, a smile appeared on Chen Yiming's face. At this time, the hall was very spacious. Around the corners of the hall stood a dozen or so low-level qi refining female cultivators. The clothes of these female cultivators were rather strange, different from what Xiao Hua saw just now. Although these female cultivators were also wearing green robes like the previous few, these robes seemed to be the color of spirit herbs, and more like green flower buds. The most frightening thing was that the petals of these flower buds were almost transparent. Some of the vague shadows within the flower buds could be seen clearly. Xiao Hua was the most curious. He had already seen it long ago. Under the brilliance of the main hall, those indistinct shadows were flickering. Even if Xiao Hua wanted to shift his gaze away, it was impossible. He even somewhat forgot about Lin Qi incense. Humph. A faint cold snort entered Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua was so frightened that he hurriedly shrunk his neck. His gaze moved faster than lightning. In his heart, he was still blaming himself. Damn it, what's wrong with this young master? My wife was still angry just now, However, when he thought of that, Xiao Hua chuckled inwardly. Since Fairy Hong Xia was dissatisfied with him, it meant that the matter with Huang Mingxiang earlier had eased up a little. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before their lives would return to how they used to be. Of course, this was only Xiao Hua's own wishful thinking. How could he know the thoughts of female cultivators? Admittedly, she didn't have any feelings for you, but if you expressed interest in other female cultivators in front of her, she would also express her dissatisfaction with you. The expressions and actions of the 4 were naturally seen by Chen Yiming. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, a green light flashed, and the entire hall flashed. Then, in the center of the hall, a thick root grew out of nowhere. This root grew with the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a huge spirit flower. This spirit flower was none other than the Paulownia flower that Xiao Hua and the others had just seen. However, this Paulownia flower was a little different from the natural ones. On each of the huge petals, not only were there jade-like stamens, but there were also branches growing from the bottom of the petals. It was like a bridge that gradually stretched out and fell under the feet of the 5 people. Chen Yiming smiled and raised his hand. For Marshal nephews, please take a seat. Many thanks, Marshal Uncle Chen. Li Zongbao and the others bowed and stepped onto the bridge that was like a vine. The vines suddenly twitched and retracted like a tentacle. It even spun in the air, creating a strange fluctuation, and pulled Li Zongbao and the others in a strange arc. An indescribable force came from under Xiao Hua's feet, as if it was trying to push Xiao Hua out of the vine. Xiao Hua frowned. He had no choice but to activate his magic power and release his Buddhist sense. Nearby, Li Zongbao and the others also flashed around, trying their best to resist this repulsive force. On the other hand, Chen Yiming had a smile on his face, and his calm figure danced with the bearing fangs and brandishing claws of the vine. Damn it! Xiao Hua's heart itched with hatred. He knew that this was another show of strength by Tongmu City, but he couldn't do anything to Chen Yiming. After all, Chen Yiming was a gold core cultivator, and the 4 of them were foundation establishment cultivators. I don't care. If this guy makes a fool of my wife, then don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that the force under his feet was getting stronger and stronger, almost exceeding the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator, Xiao Hua's heart was also ruthless. Fortunately, the heavens were protecting Chen Yiming, or Chen Yiming himself was in control. After a while, the force weakened to a certain extent, and all the vines began to slowly stop, shrinking towards the Tongmu flower. The brilliance of the Tongmu flower also gradually calmed down. When the 4 figures landed on the 4 petals of the Paulownia flower, Chen Yiming sat cross-legged in the middle of the 4. Senior Chen, Li Zongbao said indifferently, Tongmu City really has a lot of tests. I regret what I said in the meeting hall. Ha 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 ha, hearing this, Chen Yiming raised his eyebrows and laughed. Nephew, don't blame me. This is a small rule of my Tongmu City, set by the city lord. It is to test the cultivation of the cultivators who enter the Jingtai Pavilion. I don't care about the treatment of a golden core cultivator. Xiao Hua looked at the pale Hongxia fairy, knowing that the force just now had consumed a lot of her magic power, and said coldly, why do you want to test it? Nephew Xiao, who has been silent all this time, is also angry. Come. It seems that this old man will have to apologize. Chen Yiming was not angry, and waved his hand, ordering the surrounding maids, quickly bring out the Tongmu drunken flower bestowed by the city lord. This old man still has to thank nephew Li for covering up in the meeting hall. What I said is the truth. Li Zongbao would not let him leave any evidence, and said indifferently, I have no intention of covering it up. He. Chen Yiming naturally understood in his heart. He smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He turned his head and said to Xiao Hua, Nephew Xiao, this old man has a question. And I think my lord city lord also wants to ask. Xiao Hua actually already knew what Chen Yiming wanted to ask, but he pretended not to know, and asked curiously, Senior, what do you want to ask? Junior. Speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua stopped again, and a dry feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. Following Chen Yiming's order, the previous dozen or so maids wearing transparent green robes flashed with magic power fluctuations. Following these fluctuations, the green robes suddenly fluttered without wind, and after a green brilliance flashed behind these maids, they actually turned into a pair of emerald green wings, and these maids flapped their wings and flew towards Xiao Hua and the others. 2 of the maids were facing Xiao Hua directly. Not to mention that the fluttering wings of the 2 servant girls were like the eyelashes of their large eyes. Just the fact that they were not wearing green robes, the silk robes that were as thin as a cicada's wings simply covered their snow-like flesh was enough to make Xiao Hua's gaze go blank. Nephew Xiao. Chen Yiming's voice did not miss the opportunity to enter Xiao Hua's ears. The city lord has already determined that nephew Xiao is the thunder-controlling sex terrifying phoenix according to the battle report, so he placed the terrifying phoenix in the meeting hall as the third mystery of this Dao cultivator war. However, where did nephew Xiao's phoenix Dharma body go? Don't tell me that the Dharma body went missing. Chapter 2976. That's right. Junior's Dharma body was thrown into the void during a great battle. Xiao Hua blurted out without concealing anything. As soon as these words left his mouth, Xiao Hua immediately came to his senses and a cold sweat formed on his back. What happened to me? Xiao Hua's gaze broke away from the shadows of the two maidservants in the distance and asked himself in bewilderment. At the same time, God's guidance slowly flowed out of his body and a cool feeling rushed into his mind. Nephew Xiao is really joking. Chen Yiming was also stunned. He didn't know whether Xiao Hua was telling the truth or not. How could there be a void between Huan and Shi? Besides, how could a bloodline Dharma body be thrown into the void? Without a Dharma body, nephew Xiao can sit in front of this old man? Xiao Hua's face still had a confused look. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked ahead and seemed to be talking to himself. Junior is not a terrifying phoenix. How could I have a phoenix Dharma body? Moreover, Junior is a rogue cultivator and not a cultivator family. Not to mention a phoenix Dharma body, I don't even have a sparrow Dharma body. Chen Yiming was obviously disappointed. After thinking for a while, he turned to Xiao Mao and said, Nephew Xiao Mao, the city lord is also very curious about you. My Tongmu city has been investigating for a long time but we still can't find out where you came from. Nephew, please enlighten us. This. Junior doesn't know either. Xiao Mao's words were very indifferent. Junior is now looking for my origins. Once I have the results, Junior will definitely inform Senior. Oh, right. Can Junior also make a memorial archway in the conference hall? Let a group of cultivators guess Junior's origins? There's no need for that. Chen Yiming laughed and was a little embarrassed. At this time, those nearly naked maidservants had already flown to the Tongmu flower. Their faces were flushed with a trace of shyness. However, their hands and feet were methodically taking out various spiritual fruits and delicacies from the storage bags in their hands. In addition, they also placed jade wine jugs on the table in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Fairy Hong Xia was on Xiao Hua's right hand. When she heard Xiao Hua admit that the phoenix celestial body was lost, she couldn't help but be shocked. When she heard that Xiao Hua had made up for it, she finally relaxed. At this moment, she couldn't help but glare at Xiao Hua. Looking at Fairy Hong Xia's gaze behind Chen Yiming, Xiao Hua's face is burning. It seemed that, among the three male cultivators, only she was somewhat absent-minded. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were not bewitched by these female cultivators. Xiao Hua immediately understood. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Alas, what else can I say? Naturally, it was because Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were both virgins and their primordial yang had not been damaged. He had long been dual cultivating with Fairy Hong Xia, so it was easy for him to lose his footing here. When he thought up to here, Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. Motherfucker, this Tongmu city is really scheming. What kind of bullshit Lin Qixiang is this? And that test that consumes magic power, I'm afraid there's something wrong with it. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua unconsciously became vigilant. However, everything that happened after that, Chen Yiming's performance was normal. He casually said some polite words and did not touch on their privacy. It was just that the maidservants brought out all kinds of delicacies and bowed slightly towards the four of them. They spread their wings and flew like little bees among the flowers. The flowers among the flowers were Xiao Hua and the rest. Li Zongbao looked at Fairy Hong Xia, whose expression had changed, and waved his hand indifferently. Senior Chen, we are not golden core cultivators. Moreover, junior sister Hong Xia is also a female cultivator. Let these female cultivators go. All right. Chen Yuming smiled and waved his hand, ordering the female cultivators to leave. Then, he transmitted his voice to Li Zongbao and the rest, saying, if any of you have any ideas, you can directly transmit them to this old man. These female cultivators were specially trained by my Tongmu city. This old man can guarantee that there's nothing that you can't think of. There's nothing that they can't do. Xiaohua secretly curled his lips, but he still nodded with a smile, indicating that he understood. At the same time, he thought of the female cultivator from the Immortal Beauty sect that he met when he was training in Yenyuan City. There was also the female cultivator from the Immortal Beauty sect who accompanied Shang Cheng from the 10,000 Poisons sect on Tianmen Mountain. At that time, Xiaohua felt that the fate of these female cultivators from the Immortal Beauty sect was rather miserable. They were actually used as cultivation furnaces in exchange for their own cultivation. But now, looking at these female cultivators from Tongmu City, they actually had the meaning of, a pair of jade arms for 1,000 people to sleep on, a pair of red lips for 10,000 people to taste. They were even worse than the female cultivators from the Immortal Beauty sect. Of course, Xiaohua still thought that Tongmu City was filthy. Qing Liuzi was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. No matter how snobbish he was, no matter how much he valued spirit stones, he would not do such a thing. These female cultivators were specially nurtured by Tongmu City. Similar to the female cultivators from the Immortal Beauty sect, their physiques leaned towards Yin, making them most suitable to be cultivation furnaces. This Jingtai pavilion was specially designed to receive gold core cultivators. If a gold core cultivator took a fancy to a female cultivator, he could take her away and make her his concubine or something else. It was all up to the gold core cultivator. Even if the gold core cultivator sent the female cultivator back after a period of time, Tongmu City would definitely not allow her to stay in the Jingtai pavilion for even half a moment. After those female cultivators who seemed pitiful in Xiaohua's eyes left, the atmosphere of the entire Jingtai pavilion seemed to lighten up. Not only did Chen Yuming repeatedly propose toasts, even Li Zongbao and the others raised their cups in invitation. Before long, many rounds of food and wine had been served. Chen Yuming spoke. He clapped his hand and took out 4 emerald green tongmu flowers from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, the 4 flowers landed in front of Li Zongbao and the others. He smiled and said, "For martial nephews, this is the City Lord token of my Tongmu City. It is also personally bestowed by the City Lord to commend the 4 of you for your contributions in the great battle of Dao Sword. Of course, when the 4 of you return to the sect, all kinds of rewards will follow. Oh, in particular, Martial Nephew Li and the 2 Martial Nephews received the reward of my Dao Sect's #1 bounty. Even if my Tongmu City wants to take out a reward, it can't compare to this reward. This is just a small token from my Tongmu City." Li Zongbao looked at the City Lord token in front of him with some hesitation. He looked at Xiaohua and the others and was slightly stunned. Obviously, they didn't know how to deal with this sudden City Lord token. "For martial nephews, don't worry." Chen Yuming's face was a little red. He smiled and said, "With this City Lord token, you can freely enter and leave Tongmu City. At the same time, you can freely use my Tongmu City's teleportation array. You don't have to spend any spirit stones. In particular, with this City Lord token, the 4 of you can directly meet the City Lord. In addition, in my Tongmu City's auction, you can obtain more priority rights. Of course, there are many other benefits that are recorded in this City Lord token. In short, this is a token of my Tongmu City to the 4 heroes. It is also a token of my Tongmu City's City Lord." Thank you so much, Martial Uncle Chen. Please also pass our thanks to the City Lord." After hearing so much, Li Zongbao knew that he couldn't not accept it. He could only reach out and accept it. He stood up with Xiaohua and the others and thanked him. There is no need to be so polite." Chen Yuming laughed and said, "The 3 of you killing Qin Jian has already brought great surprise to my Tongmu City. This is nothing. Come, let's drink." The Tongmu City's Tongmu drunken flower wine was very strong. Although everyone was a cultivator, after a few toasts, everyone was a little drunk. Qin Yiming was also very interesting. After that, he didn't talk about anything else. He talked about some strange things that happened in the assembly hall and everyone's guesses about the Great Tao Sword War. These were the things that the 4 cultivators who had just returned from the Great Tao Sword War were interested in. Even Xiao Hua's dissatisfaction with Qin Yiming seemed to gradually disappear from his words. Alas, this old man is really envious of the cultivators who were able to display their skills in the Great Tao Sword War. Qin Yiming raised his cup and said, "Cultivators of my generation should really hold a 3-foot sword in their hands, cut off the dissatisfaction in their hearts, and sweep away the injustice in the world. Come, come, this old man proposes another toast to the 4 of you. Senior, you flatter us. If you went to the front line, how could we have the chance to perform meritorious deeds?" Xiao Mao raised his cup and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that Qin Jian would have been killed by you long ago." "Huh, how is that possible?" Qin Yiming laughed loudly. He raised his hand and poured the fragrant spiritual wine into his mouth. He said, "This old man is just indulging in my mouth. Once again, I will accompany the 4 of you to taste the drunken Paulownia flower that the city lord bestowed upon you." "Senior, you are too humble," Li Zongbao said indifferently. Just as he was about to raise his cup, a green light flew in from outside the hall and landed directly in front of Qin Yiming's eyes. "Oh." Qin Yiming pointed his finger and was about to pour the spiritual wine into his cup. When he saw the light land in front of him and turn into a message talisman, he said curiously, "Which blind person actually sent this old man a message talisman?" As he said that, he flicked his middle finger and a drop of spiritual wine rushed into the message talisman. With a bang, the communication talisman exploded. Strangely, there wasn't a single sound coming from it. "Humph." Qin Yiming sneered. With a grab of his hand, the damaged message talisman landed in his hand. He was about to activate his transcendence energy to destroy it. Beside him, Xiao Mao said anxiously, "Senior Qin, don't be anxious. Take a look first. Perhaps there's something important." This old man was entrusted by the city lord to receive the 4 meritorious officials again. In this Tongmu city, what could be more important than this? As he said that, Qin Yiming did not hesitate to grab the message talisman and it immediately disappeared. Did this guy drink too much? Although Xiao Hua felt his face burning, he was very clear in his heart. Looking at Qin Yiming's actions, he could not help but feel puzzled. However, before Xiao Hua and the others could say anything, with a whoosh, another message talisman landed in front of Qin Yiming's eyes. "Who is it?" Qin Yiming was a little angry. He stood up and tapped the message talisman again, shattering it. However, there was still no sound coming out from it. It was really strange. Chapter 2977. Qin Yiming frowned. This time, he did not dare to destroy the messaging charm, so he could only scan it with his divine thought. Qin Yiming was fine when he did not release his divine thought. As soon as his divine thought entered the messaging charm, Qin Yiming's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said to Li Zongbao and the others, "Please wait for a moment, I have some urgent matters to attend to." "Excuse me. Senior, please." Li Zongbao and the others hurriedly got up. Senior's matters are the most important. Qin Yiming forced a smile. He tapped his foot and the branches of the Paulownia flower grew again, quickly sending him to the entrance of the hall. When Qin Yiming's figure disappeared from the entrance of the hall, Xiao Mao shook his head strangely and said with a smile, "Senior Qin must have drunk too much. That communication talisman must have been an urgent matter from Don Tong City, but he actually crushed it. Humph, it must be a secret matter from Tongmu City." The messaging charm did not make a sound. Fairy Hongxia snorted coldly. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with the way Jingtai Pavilion treated their guests. "Who cares if it is a secret matter? It has nothing to do with us." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "We just need to wait for a while and finish this banquet. After that, we will explain to Senior Qin that we have urgent matters to attend to back to the sect. We will use their teleportation formation to go to Luyang." Fairy Hongxia was a little cold towards Xiao Hua, but when she heard that they were going to Luoyang, her expression became slightly better. Li Zongbao, on the other hand, said thoughtfully in a low voice, "I'm afraid that the news of Sky Patrol City being captured has reached the three kingdoms of cultivation. Otherwise, Senior Chen would not be in such a hurry to leave." Sigh, I did not expect that, the previous message. It was really in vain. It did not attract the attention of the seniors in the meeting hall. Xiao Hua sighed and looked up gloomily. Xiao Mao also nodded and smiled apologetically. "Big brother, even if they did not pay attention to it, they now understand. Our news is the most important. Although Sky Patrol City has been defeated, our military exploits have been added to it. This military exploits. I would rather not have them." Xiao Hua said lightly. "Hee, I've kept the four of you waiting." Qin Yiming's voice rang out as he walked into the hall. At this moment, his face had regained its calmness, and the anxiousness from before was nowhere to be seen. After Qin Yiming took his seat, Xiao Mao could not help but ask, "Senior Qin, could it be the news of the fall of Sky Patrol City?" "Oh, that's not it." Qin Yiming replied calmly, "It's an urgent matter in my Tongmu City's conference hall. Nephew, you should know that I am in charge of the conference hall, so I have to make all the decisions. Just now, the four of you showed your faces in the conference hall, and now, a large number of cultivators have rushed into the conference hall, wanting to see the faces of the four of you. No need." Li Zongbao calmly raised his cup and said, "We still have important matters to attend to. Once we finish this cup, please send us to the teleportation array. We will use the teleportation array in Twilight Tong City to head to Yenyuan City." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Qin Yiming was a little surprised and asked curiously, "This old man wanted to keep you for a few days. After all, you don't have many opportunities to come to my Tongmu City. Since we now know that Tongmu City also has a meeting hall, we will definitely pay a visit to Tongmu City after the war." Xiao Mao stood up and raised his cup. Don't worry. Qin Yiming smiled and clapped his hands. He took out a smaller emerald green wine pot from his storage bag and said, "Although this is a gift, you have to drink this wine first." As he spoke, Qin Yiming raised his cup to indicate that he was going to drink first. Then, he raised the wine pot and poured out a cup of green spirit wine. He smiled and said, "This old man just went out and secretly took this from the city lord's reception area. It's the city lord's favorite, Shirshio Spring. To tell you the truth, this old man has coveted this wine for a long time, but I've only tasted it twice under the city lord's grace. Now that you're here, I can secretly drink a few more cups." As he spoke, he did not touch his cup with the four of them. He first took a small sip, and his face showed that he was savoring the taste. Xiao Mao's face showed a wry smile. He looked at Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia and said, "Senior Qin, if you like, you can drink it alone." "Don't." Qin Yiming hurriedly said, "If the four of you don't drink it, how can I dare to drink it? Quick, after the four of you have drunk the wine in your cups, I will fill them up for you." "This." "All right." Li Zongbao saw this and was helpless. He drank the wine in his cup and said, "This wine is the last. We really have some urgent matters to attend to." "All right, I understand." Qin Yiming nodded. "After drinking this wine, I will personally send the four of you to the teleportation device." "All right, thank you, senior." Li Zongbao bowed and asked Qin Yiming to fill his cup. Indeed, this spiritual wine was different from the drunken Paulownia flower from before. In the crystal clear pure green, there were traces of fiery red, like spiritual snakes slithering around. An inexplicable fragrance rushed into the mouth before the nose could even get close. "Good wine." Li Zongbao could not help but exclaim. "Please." Qin Yiming raised his hand and gestured for the four of them to drink together. Just as Li Zongbao and the others raised their heads, a trace of pride flashed in Qin Yiming's eyes, whoosh. At this crucial moment, there was another sound. The same message talisman came from outside the main hall. Seeing the message talisman appear again, Chen Yiming's face changed. Without waiting for the message talisman to land in front of him, he said, "Please wait a moment, my dear nephew." "Oh. Senior, do you have any orders?" The four of them who were about to drink were stunned. They raised their cups to their lips and asked curiously. Chen Yiming did not answer. With a wave of his hand, he did not break the message talisman in front of him. Instead, he used his divine sense to scan it. Similarly, as soon as his divine sense entered the message talisman, his expression changed again. He looked at the four of them awkwardly and clenched his hand. An old voice sounded, "Please ask Deacon Chen, is Qiu Zhan in the main hall? Manor Lord is looking for her for an urgent matter." Humph. Chen Yiming's expression was already strange. After hearing this, he became even angrier. He picked up the message talisman and whispered a few words. Then, with a wave of his hand, the message talisman flew out again. "Qiu Zhan." Xiao Hua was listening from the side. That slightly aged voice seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. However, when he heard the name Autumn Hairpin, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately understood that the voice just now was Spring Kuei's. In other words, this message talisman was sent by Chen Kuei to Chen Yiming. Chen Yi. Xiao Hua understood in an instant. Chen Yi must be very familiar with Qing Liuzi, the city lord of Tongmu City. Otherwise, Chen Kuei would not have directly sent a message to Chen Yiming and mentioned the manor lord. "It's nothing." Chen Yiming smiled bitterly. "You see, it's just a trivial matter. You have to look for this old man to find someone in the main hall. AI, there's nothing I can do." "Huh, capable people do more work." Li Zongbao smiled and raised his cup again. Xiao Hua did not think too much about it. He also raised his cup. However, just as he raised his cup to his lips, an indescribable feeling of fear suddenly appeared. An inconceivable thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. That's not right. Chen Kuei, even if she wanted to find Qiu Zhan, she couldn't have directly found the deacon of the main hall. Moreover, even if this Chen Yiming was greedy for wine, he couldn't have revealed his good wine in front of the four of us. There must be a problem. Unfortunately, although Xiao Hua's thought flashed through his mind, Li Zongbao and the other two's cups had already touched their lips. Seeing that Chen Kuei's lame reminder was about to fall through, a loud and clear voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. "Hee, which daring, actually stole this old man's favorite Shirshio spring." Along with this voice, the entire main hall froze. Xiao Hua felt a powerful magic power come out and support his arm. Even if he wanted to drink the wine in his cup, he could not do so at this time. "Who is it?" Xiao Hua tried to turn his head with difficulty, but the magic power was so strong that Xiao Hua could not turn his head. Naturally, before Xiao Hua could release his divine sense, a short nascent soul cultivator appeared in front of them. The cultivator glanced indifferently and glared fiercely at Chen Yiming, who was also unable to move. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Yiming, this old man asked you to serve a guest again. How could you abuse your position for personal gain?" As the nascent soul cultivator waved his sleeve, Chen Yiming's body staggered and his expression changed greatly. Some beads of sweat even flowed from his temples. He bowed and said, "City Lord, please forgive me. This subordinate knows his mistake." This nascent soul cultivator was obviously the city lord of Tongmu City, Qing Liuzi. Hearing Chen Yiming's apology, Qing Liuzi sighed and said, "Alas, Yiming. You are addicted to wine, and it is not good for your cultivation. Also, do you know why this old man did not let you drink more Shirji Spring?" This subordinate does not know. "Please enlighten me, city lord." Chen Yiming did not dare to raise his head. This Shirji Spring is quite domineering. The spirit-devouring bugs in it have an extremely powerful corrosive effect on true essence. Only nascent soul cultivators who have a good grasp of spirit qi and can control true essence can benefit from the confrontation with this Shirji Spring. Qing Liuzi glanced at Li Zongbao and the others and waved his hand again. "You are already in the gold core stage. Perhaps drinking half a cup will be effective." But Li Zongbao and the others are only in the foundation establishment stage. If you let them drink with you, won't you be asking for their lives? This subordinate deserves to die. This subordinate really did not know about this. Chen Yiming's face had changed many times today, and this time, it was pale again. Alas, the ignorant are not to blame. This old man also knows that you have good intentions and want to let them have a taste. But this kind of good intention has turned into a bad thing. Qing Liuzi shook his head. You have to apologize to Li Zongbao and the other disciples. If something happens to them, not only will the four sects blame Tongmu City, even the tens of thousands of cultivators in the conference hall will be the first to disagree. Chapter 2978. Greetings, City Lord. Li Zongbao and the others moved. They looked at the wine cups in their hands with lingering fear, put them on the table, and bowed to Qing Liuzi. Get up. Qing Liuzi raised his hand with a smile and stopped the four people from bowing. I didn't plan to come here, but I was dealing with the city affairs just now and felt a little uneasy, so I came here to take a look. I didn't expect that. You four are really lucky. If I didn't come here, although this Shirshio spring wouldn't really kill you, it would make you suffer a lot. Martial Nephew Li, Martial Nephew Kai, Martial Nephew Shao. Chen Yiming said with a bitter smile, it's all my fault. I was greedy for wine and wanted to drag you four down with me. Fortunately, the city lord came in time, so I didn't make a big mistake. Please forgive me, Martial Nephews. It's okay. What else could Li Zongbao say? After all, it was a golden core cultivator who apologized, and there was a nascent soul cultivator standing in front of him. He could only wave his hand and say, tasting this wine is Senior Chen's intention. The city lord said that the ignorant are not guilty. We dare not blame Senior. Xiao Hua and the others naturally answered in the same way. Seeing this, Qing Liuzi said lightly, Yiming, you can leave first and think about your mistakes. I will personally receive these four young friends. Yes. Chen Yiming looked very ashamed. After cupping his hands to the four people, he quickly walked out of the hall. His ashamed expression was immediately replaced by confusion before he could even leave the palace. However, he didn't stop in front of the hall door at all. He quickly turned left and walked toward a palace of the same size not far away, just like when he came out of the Jingtai pavilion. Walking to the front of the hall door, Chen Yiming flicked his sleeve, and the door opened silently. This palace was very similar to the Jingtai pavilion. It was empty. In the center of the palace, there was a lonely jade platform like a flower stamen. On it was Chen Yi, who Chen Yiming had seen before. Villa Lord. Chen Yiming looked at Chen Yi and said curiously, what is the city lord selling in the gourd? Sigh. Yiming, don't tell me you don't know. Chen Yi's face was also filled with helplessness. She bitterly smiled and said, even I am confused. Ah. Even the manor lord doesn't know? Chen Yiming was even more stunned. That's right. Just a moment ago, the city lord suddenly appeared here. After asking a few questions, he immediately disappeared again. Chen Yi bit her red lips and said unwillingly, moreover, before he left, he warned me that in the future I shouldn't have any disloyalty towards the four of them. But after saying that, Chen Yi pursed her lips and smiled, I'm just following the city lord's orders. Why would I be disloyal to them? How could Chen Yiming not know Chen Yi's personality? He knew that there must be some secret behind it. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He smiled and said, since you don't know the reason, we don't need to ask any more questions. Fortunately, the city lord appeared in time. If I had been a moment later, I'm afraid I would have caused trouble for the city lord. Well, it's a loss. Chen Yiming was just about to tell her about Chen Kuei's message when Chen Yi raised her eyebrows and said, actually, it's simple to know the reason. Oh. After being interrupted by Chen Yi, Chen Yiming didn't mention Chen Kuei anymore. He asked curiously, does the manor lord know something about the situation? It had to be said that good people always had good karma. Chen Kuei remembered Xiao Hua's life-saving grace and risked his life to warn Xiao Hua a few decades later, although it didn't really have any effect. But if Chen Yi knew about this, with Chen Yi's thoughts, how could Chen Kuei have a chance to survive? Chen Yiming only thought that Chen Kuei was really looking for Qiuzhan. Moreover, Chen Kuei's message did help him. Now that he didn't mention it in front of Chen Yi, it naturally helped Chen Kuei avoid a disaster. When I came over from the city lord's place, the city lord just happened to receive a message. He actually went out to receive it personally. It must be an important guest. Chen Yi said with a smile, we just need to know who came to Tongmu City. Won't we know what made the city lord change his mind? This. Chen Yiming was a little hesitant and said in a low voice, this is the city lord's business. It's not appropriate for us to inquire about it, right? The city lord's business is my business. Chen Yi was unhappy and said coldly, why can't I inquire about it? Hearing Chen Yi's words, Chen Yiming was shocked. He hurriedly looked around and said in a low voice, Manor Lord. You must remember your identity. You are still not the city lord's wife. Moreover, even if you are the city lord's wife, you must not interfere with the city lord's business. Although this subordinate is biased towards the manor lord, in Tongmu City, this subordinate is still the city lord's subordinate. Chen Yi sighed bitterly and looked at the entrance of the main hall, for the city lord. I don't know how much I have sacrificed. But now, this subordinate can't just walk into the city lord's mansion openly. Who said so? The city lord is well aware of what the manor lord has done for the city lord. I am also well aware of what the manor lord has done for my Dao sect. If Manor Lord Chen is unable to enter the city lord mansion of Tongmu City, I will be the first to not let the city lord off. A refined voice was suddenly emitted from outside the hall. Who? Chen Yi and Chen Yiming were shocked. No one was allowed to enter the city lord's mansion. The city guards and female servants did not dare to wait outside the hall for too long. Therefore, the two of them were a little careless. Although the two of them did not say anything against the city lord's mansion, how could they not be shocked when someone suddenly overheard them? Hee, of course it's I. The voice sounded as the hall door slowly opened. A refined cultivator at the middle stage of Foundation establishment walked in slowly. The atmosphere in the Jingtai Pavilion was completely different from before. Previously, Chen Yiming was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. His identity was only the deacon of the meeting hall. Li Zongbao and the others did not feel any pressure when facing him. After all, although Li Zongbao was only at the late stage of Foundation establishment, he could step into the Golden Core stage at any time. Moreover, after this battle, Li Zongbao's status in the Utopia faction would increase greatly. Compared to Li Zongbao, Chen Yiming was nothing. Li Zongbao could talk to Chen Yiming casually with a little bit of respect. However, in front of Qing Liuzi, Li Zongbao and the others did not even dare to sit. This was a cultivator at the middle stage of original infant stage. He was a grandmaster who could kill them with a raise of his hand. Even Xiao Hua, facing the pressure that Qing Liuzi was vaguely releasing, felt a chill in his heart. He stood there respectfully. The thought of mocking Qing Liuzi's character had long disappeared. My little friends, you don't have to be so cautious. Qing Liuzi sat down with a smile and waved his hand. Sit down. We don't dare. Li Zongbao and the others did not dare to sit down. They said respectfully, Senior Original Infant Stage, where did we find seats for us? Senior, if you have any instructions, please instruct us. Qing Liuzi was very satisfied with Li Zongbao's respect and said with a smile, you are the heroes of this great Dao sword war. Just now, Deacon Chen also brought you to see my Tongmu City's conference hall. Your reputation in my Tongmu City is almost on par with mine. We don't dare. Li Zongbao smiled apologetically and said, we said clearly in the conference hall just now that we are only Foundation establishment disciples. All of our merits were obtained by standing on the shoulders of Senior. Furthermore, all of these contributions have been exchanged with your blood, senior. We've received them for free, and we're already feeling very guilty. If the other fellow Taoists were to exaggerate these contributions and exaggerate them, then it would be even more of a sin on our part. At this point, Li Zongbao's heart thumped again. He realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself. Of course, Tongmu City set up a conference hall here to promote the righteousness of our Tao sect and to boost the morale of our Tao sect cultivators. Looking at the dozens of big cities in the three kingdoms of cultivation, I'm afraid that not many city lords have such a view. Ha, ha, ha. Qing Liuzi laughed and pointed his finger at Li Zongbao. People say that Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the first person below the Golden Core stage. You are the role model for all the low-level cultivators in the three kingdoms of cultivation. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. With you, Li Zongbao, the Utopia faction is really prosperous. I don't deserve such excessive praise. Li Zongbao said neither arrogantly nor humbly, I'm just walking my own path and doing my own things. Moreover, there are many handsome people in this world who are much better than me in terms of aptitude and strength. It's just that they don't show off, and others can't see them. I'm just a figurehead. Compared to them, I'm nothing but mud. Li Zongbao's words came from the bottom of his heart. The gap between him and Xiao Hua was indeed like that. However, Xiao Hua stood beside Li Zongbao's right hand with his head lowered and was unusually respectful. How could he see the slightest clue? Aptitude is one thing, but the way you conduct yourself is another. Qing Liuzi nodded and said, moreover, the road of cultivation is not a smooth one. All kinds of spirit stones, cultivation methods, and opportunities are indispensable. From my point of view, the latter seems to be more important than the former. Once there was an opportunity, one had to grasp it. In a cultivator's life, they would have 3 opportunities. The first time was because they were inexperienced and didn't realize it. When they thought about it in the future, they would definitely regret it. The second opportunity is a good opportunity for a cultivator to rise. However, similarly, there are many cultivators who are not prepared or avoid it and lose the opportunity to advance to the high level. As for the third time, that is the mercy of the heavenly Tao. At the end of one's life, it will give you the last opportunity. If a cultivator who has lost the first 2 opportunities can seize this last opportunity, it may not be impossible for him to turn the tables and rewrite his cultivation path. Yes, what you said is very right. Li Zongbao was a little confused. He didn't understand why Qing Liuzi, who was at the middle stage of the original infant stage, welcomed him personally. He also didn't understand why he said such words. Chapter 2979. As for the 4 of you, I'm sure you've already grasped the first opportunity on the path of cultivation. Now, you've all reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, you've also shown your talents in this Taoist sword battle. In the future, you'll definitely have a smooth journey in your respective sections. You'll have a bright future ahead of you. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. However, in my opinion, this is not enough. You still need more help. The cultivation of a high-level cultivator was not guaranteed to be successful by just relying on a single sect. Only by gathering the strengths of 100 schools of thought could he succeed. Now, because of your outstanding performance in the Taoist sword battle, the second opportunity on the path of cultivation has automatically been delivered to you. Qing Liuzi finally revealed his true purpose. For a cultivator in the intermediate stage of the original infant stage, it was indeed difficult to beat around the bush. Ah! Li Zongbao was stunned. He really didn't understand. After listening to Qing Liuzi's words, it seemed that he wanted to invite them to join Tongmu City. However, how could Tongmu City compare to the Utopia faction? Even the Imperial Thunder sect couldn't compare to it. However, looking at Qing Liuzi's serious look in the way he spoke just now, it didn't seem like he was joking. Cough, cough, senior, Li Zongbao didn't dare to let Qing Liuzi finish his words. He hurriedly smiled and said, I'm a disciple of the Utopia faction. Junior brother Xiao Mao Xiao is a disciple of the Xuanyan school. Junior sister Kai Yuxia is a disciple of the Huanhua sect. Junior brother Xiao Hua is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Haha, Zongbao. Qing Liuzi naturally understood Li Zongbao's thoughts. He raised his hand and said, I understand what you mean. I've been in charge of Tongmu City for many years. Naturally, I also hope that the city can produce disciples with outstanding achievements, profound cultivation, and boundless prospects like the four of you. Moreover, I'm afraid that Yu Ming has already conveyed my intentions. I'm already very happy that you can come to my Tongmu City often. How could this old man possibly covet it? If that's the case, not to mention that the leaders of the four sects won't agree, even the other cultivation sects will come knocking on our door. Yes, Li Zongbao was even more confused. He did not understand what was going on. Actually, he didn't really want the city lord token of Tongmu City that Chen Yiming had taken out. After all, that person's hands were short and he had a soft mouth. Qing Liuzi's methods of currying favor were too powerful. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Tongmu City. Unfortunately, the city lord medallion was Qing Liuzi's face. You didn't give a nascent soul cultivator any face before leaving Tongmu City. Do you think you can leave Tongmu City calmly? That was why Li Zongbao had hesitated for a moment and had no choice but to accept it. But now, trouble had indeed arrived. Senior, please speak clearly. We truly do not understand. Li Zongbao did not look at Xiao Hua, knowing that this fellow would not speak. Instead, he looked at Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia. As expected, the two of them also had a baffled look on their faces. And, this old man is about to give the four of you the answer. However, before I speak, the four of you have to swear a blood oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Qing Liuzi nodded slightly and said calmly. Ah. Li Zongbao turned pale with fright. Even Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia's faces turned pale as they panicked. Senior, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had to speak. He raised his head and said, I wonder if what Senior is talking about involves our sect. Involves the interests of our sect? Hee, of course not. This old man is also from the Dao sect. How could I do such a thing? Qing Liuzi's tone was still calm. However, this matter is a secret and cannot be known by others. Otherwise, why would this old man come personally? All right. I swear a blood oath. When Xiao Hua heard this, he knew that the four of them were just fish on the chopping block. What choice did he have? Since it wouldn't endanger the interests of the sect and the Dao sect, what was there to be afraid of? Seeing Xiao Hua calmly swear a blood oath, Li Zongbao and the rest had no choice but to do so. Then, Qing Liuzi said, Have the four of you heard of the Immortal Alliance? Immortal Alliance. Li Zongbao was the first to lose his voice in shock. The city lord is from the Immortal Alliance? That's right. This old man was lucky enough to gain the favor of the Immortal Alliance's leader. He invited this old man to join the Immortal Alliance and take charge of Tongmu City at the border of country Shi to resist the attack of the sword cultivators of country Huan. Qing Liuzi not only did not hide it, he also said it with extreme pride. This junior has indeed heard of the Immortal Alliance. Li Zongbao was a little absent-minded as he said softly, The Immortal Alliance is an alliance formed by many nascent soul elders and above. It is the alliance that commands our Dao sect to resist the attack of the devil cultivators in the demon-resisting valley. Not only Li Zongbao, even Fairy Hongxia's face was filled with disbelief as she looked at Qing Liuzi in shock. It was as if this kind of opportunity could not appear at this time and place. On the other hand, Xiao Mao was a little confused. Like Xiao Hua, his face was filled with confusion. Hee. Qing Liuzi laughed. Since Zongbao knows, that's for the best. This old man said that this is the greatest opportunity for our Dao sect cultivators. If we can join the Immortal Alliance, our status will be much higher. Furthermore, There are many cultivation techniques in the Immortal Alliance and they are always shared. What your sect doesn't have, the Immortal Alliance can provide. Where can you find such a good opportunity? This old man made you take the blood oath for your own good. But, faced with such temptation, Li Zongbao could not help but hesitate again. He asked, this kind of great opportunity, this junior is naturally fearful. You can say that I dare not believe it. I only know that the people in the Immortal Alliance are all cultivators above the nascent soul stage. We have not even cultivated to the golden core stage. You are right. Qing Liuzi nodded. The people that the Immortal Alliance recruits are all elites of the three kingdoms of cultivation. They are only nascent soul cultivators. However, the Immortal Alliance can also make an exception for the disciples with exceptional aptitudes in the three kingdoms of cultivation. The four of you are the most outstanding disciples in the Great War of Dao Sword. Your future is limitless. Especially. At this point, Qing Liuzi said earnestly, if the four of you join the Immortal Alliance, you can borrow the strength of the Immortal Alliance. It is equivalent to adding wings to a tiger. When the envoy of the Immortal Alliance came to me, I didn't believe it at all, just like you. However, it turns out that I made the right choice. I can't say too much about the benefits of joining the Immortal Alliance. After you agree, you will naturally understand. Joining the Immortal Alliance. Is there anything else we need to do? Xiao Mao was a little tempted and asked in a low voice. There is nothing to do. Qing Liuzi said with a smile. In addition to swearing allegiance to the Immortal Alliance, maybe, you have to fight on behalf of the Immortal Alliance in the 1,000-year battle of the Imperial Demon Valley. I think with the cultivation of the four of you, the Immortal Alliance will definitely not send you to the Imperial Demon Valley. You can rest assured. Are there really only such conditions? Xiao Mao was almost overjoyed. He was different from the other three. Xiao Hua was already in the nascent soul stage. He could never reach the level of Xiao Hua. Hongxia Fairy had obtained the inheritance of Holy Mother Peacock and was favored by the sect leader of the Huanhua sect. As for Li Zongbao, he was one of the best in the Utopia faction. Now that he had the immortal slaying whip, his cultivation in the future was immeasurable. Only Xiao Mao himself, although he had obtained the bloodline power of God Shibai in the millions of Meng Mountains, he had to face the soul cultivators of Shibai village and his enemy in the nascent soul stage. With his background in the Xuanyan school, although he had obtained military exploits because of Xiao Hua, he could also imagine that, in the years to come, these military exploits would fade with the passage of time, and there would be people who would constantly forget his glory. In particular, if the enemy of the nascent soul stage really came to the Xuanyan school, the Xuanyan school might not be a solid backing for him. The Immortal Alliance seemed to be the best choice for Xiao Mao. Whether it was for Xiao Mao's cultivation or for his revenge. Xiao Hua frowned. He had always believed that there was no such thing as a free elixir in this world, and there would never be a rejuvenation elixir falling from the sky to the head of a female cultivator. It was true that the four of them had outstanding military exploits, but compared to other people, their cultivation bases might not be much higher. What caused him to be even more unwilling was that no matter if it was cultivation techniques, spirit stones, spirit pills, or the like, Xiao Hua was self-sufficient now. The existence of the thunder-controlling sect had already caused him to be slightly uncomfortable, so wouldn't the Immortal Alliance be even more uncomfortable for him? Xiao Hua's current thoughts were to hurry back to the Imperial Thunder sect and hide in the Heavenly Thunder Valley to cultivate. If he didn't cultivate for 8 to 10 years, he definitely wouldn't come out. But if Xiao Mao agreed, should he also agree? And if there really was a problem with the Immortal Alliance, Xiao Mao was all alone, and he was also a Middle Foundation establishment disciple. What power could he have to resist? Cough cough, Xiao Hua coughed twice. Just as he was about to speak, his heart suddenly quivered. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Vice Alliance leader Luo. That's right, it was the Changbai sect disciple who had already died in Xiao Hua's hands, Hu Guan and I. Xiao Hua had obtained a keepsake from his storage pouch. Wasn't there a word, fall, with a powerful aura inside? Wasn't it the so-called Vice Alliance leader Luo? When he thought of this, Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. Since Hu Guan and I was a member of the Immortal Alliance, then Daoist Jing Si was naturally also a member of the Immortal Alliance. Wouldn't he be tired of living if he threw himself into the hands of his enemy for no reason? Xiaohua could absolutely imagine that in front of the so-called Vice Alliance leader Luo, if Daoist Jing Si wanted to take his life, Vice Alliance leader Luo wouldn't possibly stop it. Huh? Xiaohua, do you have anything to say? Qing Liuzi asked curiously. This old man knows that you were born as a loose cultivator, and it wasn't easy for you to become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, in the myriad Thunder Valley of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Palace, you don't seem to be welcomed. For others, this opportunity might not be much. But for you, it's still precious. This old man doesn't want you to miss such a good opportunity. Chapter 2980. Senior. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. We're merely Foundation Establishment cultivators. You've suddenly sent such a colossus like the Immortal Alliance to us. We really feel that it's too sudden. I won't hide it from you. The cultivators recruited by the Immortal Alliance today are at least in the early Golden Core stage. Moreover, their aptitudes are especially outstanding. Qing Liuzi seemed to have heard the evasiveness in Xiaohua's tone and said coldly, the four of you are the first Foundation Establishment cultivators recruited by the Immortal Alliance. Especially Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, who are only in the middle Foundation Establishment stage. Just you wait, you can laugh to yourselves. Do you know why I've only come now? Why didn't you show up just now? Although you've contributed greatly to the Great War of Dao and Sword, you're still far from being worthy of my personal reception. I didn't intend to meet you. However, just a moment ago, a messenger from the Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance passed by my Tongmu city. When this old man received him, he mentioned the four of you. The Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance likes talented and capable people the most. When the messenger heard about the four of you, he immediately decided to invite the four of you to join the Immortal Alliance. I was stunned for a long time at that time. If it weren't for the Immortal Alliance envoy's sincerity, I wouldn't have bothered to come here. Hearing Qing Liuzi mention the envoy of the Immortal Alliance, Xiaohua's heart was as clear as a mirror. He wanted to ask if the envoy of the Immortal Alliance was the envoy of the Immortal Alliance vice leader Luo. However, he also knew that as long as he said that, he would definitely reveal a flaw. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk out of this Jingtai pavilion today. Senior. Since he had made up his mind, Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Junior's cultivation is the lowest among the four of us. These merit points were naturally given to me by Senior Marshal Brotherly. I don't have the aptitude that Senior mentioned, so I still want to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect and improve my cultivation. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll be bold enough to meet the city lord and recommend myself to him. Even though Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia did not know the exact reason behind Xiaohua's rejection, they still bowed respectfully and said with a flattering smile, we have just returned from our training outside and do not know the current situation in the cultivation world. If Senior is willing to allow us to return to the sect and have a good rest. After some time, we will give Senior an answer. How about that? As for Xiao Mao, he bit his lips and his heart was filled with complicated emotions. He believed in Xiaohua's choice, but he couldn't bear to give up the strong support of the Celestial Alliance. He didn't know what to do. You don't know what's good for you. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Qing Liuzi's expression changed instantly. Immediately, the entire Jingtai pavilion flashed with light. A strong hurricane was generated from Qing Liuzi's body. Like a huge palm, it tore the paulownia flowers under everyone as if they were thin paper. Xiaohua and the others couldn't stand still. They flew up and tried to balance themselves in the strong wind. Then, they fell to the ground. Buzz, there was another buzzing sound, as if Qing Liuzi was angry. A strong pressure came from the sky and pressed down on the four of them. With several boom, boom, boom sounds, the four of them fell to the ground awkwardly and couldn't move at all. Damn it, as expected, even after meeting his own father, he is still a stranger. Xiaohua saw Qing Liuzi's face change like flipping a book and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How can an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator casually attack a foundation establishment junior like this? It seems that my words are not words. Qing Liuzi's figure stood like a pillar in the wild wind. His gloomy voice reverberated in the Jingtai pavilion. Alas, what should I do? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and didn't know what to do. He knew that he couldn't fight with Qing Liuzi in Tongmu City. Because even if he used all his skills, he couldn't win against a nascent soul stage cultivator. Maybe. I can only do it temporarily. I have to pass this test first. Just as Xiaohua thought of this, Xiao Mao next to him shouted, "Senior, Junior is willing to join." "Huh, City Lord." Just as Xiaohua was thinking about how to open his mouth, a hoarse voice came from the door of the hall. "Don't be angry. These disciples are only children. They don't understand the dangers of the three kingdoms, and they don't know the benefits of the Immortal Alliance. Won't you scare them by making such a big fuss? Even if they reluctantly agree, won't they blame the Alliance Master in their hearts?" Then, a cultivator in camouflage walked in. When Qing Liuzi saw someone come in, his face was a little embarrassed. After all, he had already promised in front of the emissary, but he didn't expect Xiaohua and the others to be so ignorant of the situation, which made him lose face. Although Xiao Mao spoke in the end, he still couldn't keep his face. However, he still had a cold face and said indifferently, "This is what I did. It has nothing to do with the Immortal Alliance. It has nothing to do with the Alliance Master." "Huh, City Lord, please calm down." The messenger waved his hand, and his laughter was a bit strange. "My Immortal Alliance is an open and above-board place. If we want to recruit disciples, then we have to let these disciples join us willingly. If they have a trace of dissatisfaction, wouldn't it go against the original intention of the Alliance Master to establish the Immortal Alliance?" "Huh, the Alliance Master is a magnanimous person. I can't compare to him." Qing Liuzi waved his sleeve and the wind in the entire Jingtai pavilion was extinguished. Qing Liuzi himself also landed on the ground. Xiaohua and the others stood up from the ground in a sorry state and bowed to the envoy, greeting him. "Forget it." The emissary flicked his sleeves and said, "What the City Lord said just now was what I told him. Our Immortal Alliance's Alliance Master intended to do. You are all elites of the Great War of Dao and Sword. Although you are only at the Foundation Establishment realm, you are barely qualified to join our Immortal Alliance. If you are willing, I can recruit you on behalf of our Alliance Master. If you are not willing, I won't force you. You can leave immediately. Of course, you have already made a blood oath. Don't mention today's matter to others." Hearing this, Xiaohua looked at the mystery he couldn't see through and said in disbelief, "May I ask the envoy, if I don't agree to join the Immortal Alliance, can I leave now? Also, if I think it through and want to join in the future?" Yes, this old man's words are naturally true. The City Lord was just disappointed that you didn't live up to his expectations. He was afraid that you would lose this second chance in your life. That's why he was so angry. If you don't want to join, you can leave now. No one will stop you. The envoy said in a hoarse voice, "Of course, you are the rare elites of the three kingdoms. Our Immortal Alliance is the best place for you to return. However, you can easily join the Immortal Alliance today. If you regret it in the future, it won't be easy to join again. You must pass the 10 great trials of our Immortal Alliance." 10 great trials? Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. "Do you think that our Immortal Alliance can be joined so casually?" Qing Liuzi said coldly, "I really don't know what to say to you little dolls." "City Lord, you don't have to say any more." The envoy said indifferently, "This is their own choice. The Alliance Master has given them a chance. Everything depends on them." Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, "Junior, Please forgive me, Lord City Lord and Lord Envoy. Junior still has to consider carefully, and when I understand, I'll come and take the 10 tests of the Immortal Alliance. As he spoke, Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and the others. He walked a few steps and stopped near the door. I will also consider it. Since Xiaohua moved, how could Fairy Hongxia not move? As she spoke, she also walked to Xiaohua's side. I am also the same. Li Zongbao was a moment late and followed behind Fairy Hongxia. Qing Liuzi's face flashed with a green brilliance. Obviously, he was angry, ha ha ha. City Lord, it seems that you have lost. When the emissary saw this, he rolled his eyes and laughed heartily. I knew it. They definitely wouldn't join the Celestial Alliance so easily. People like them, if they did not go through the real trials and let others see their real strength, they would not give in so easily. Let's go, you have to be prepared for the Shuechuan that you lost to me. However, Qing Liuzi squinted his eyes and looked at the envoy in confusion. Through the fog, he could not see the subtle expression on the envoy's face. However, he did not know why the envoy was so protective of Li Zongbao and the others. At this moment, a whistling sound came from afar. A jade slip that looked like a leaf rushed to Qing Liuzi's eyes. Behind the jade slip was an ordinary message talisman. Oh. Even Qing Liuzi was taken aback. His slightly narrowed eyes, which were already filled with anger, opened, and with a grabbing motion, the 2 jade slips landed in his hand. Warning Song Tao Command? The envoy asked curiously, City Lord, could it be that something big has happened? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Qing Liuzi checked the Song Tao command with his divine sense and the expression on his face immediately melted. It was even faster than snow under the sun. City Lord? The envoy was surprised to see that the news had greatly reduced Qing Liuzi's anger. Sky Patrol City has fallen. Shueyu Immortal has fallen. All the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mozong Mountain have been captured. Qing Liuzi squinted his eyes and smiled brightly. It was as if the captured and fallen ones were the sword cultivators of Huan country. Ah. How? How? The envoy's shocked tone could be heard clearly by Xiaohua and the others even though it was changed by the fog. Xiaohua's expression also changed greatly. He had a premonition that Sky Patrol City had fallen, but he did not expect that Shueyu Immortal, the City Lord of Sky Patrol City, had fallen. This was the first nascent soul stage cultivator to fall in the Great War of Dao Sword. What he found most inconceivable was that the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect. Why were they in Sky Patrol City? And all the disciples had been captured. Chapter 2981. Xiaohua looked at Qing Liuzi in disbelief, then at Li Zongbao and the rest. The other 3 were also puzzled. Suddenly, Xiaohua had a bad feeling. If not for Jiu Xia's message talisman, Xiaohua immediately connected the capture of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples with his message. Hiss, the messenger who came to his senses took a deep breath and said in disbelief, the sword cultivator actually killed the Shueyu perfected person, how ruthless. It seems that this matter is out of the Alliance Master's expectations. And he captured 2 disciples at once, this battle. The Taoist sect will definitely lose this battle. Qing Liuzi looked at another message talisman as he spoke. After concluding the battle, he said to Xiao Mao and the rest, Xuanyan School has issued a sect order for all disciples to return to the Golden Goose Ridge as soon as possible. Then, Qing Liuzi flew up and the ecstasy on his face disappeared. He sighed softly and said, alas, let's not talk about these things. Messenger Zhang, let's go. I haven't lost a bet for many years. Today, I really lost to these little kids. Then, Qing Liuzi turned into a breeze and flew toward the door of the Jingtai Pavilion. The messenger also flew out with Qing Liuzi. Only Xiao Mao, who opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, and the 3 people, who looked a little panicked and confused, were left behind. Damn it. Xiaohua watched the 2 people disappear. He really didn't know what was going on. Although he couldn't see through the fog and wasn't sure if this messenger was the one he met before the sword tomb, even if this messenger wasn't the one he met before, how could he and the others be so easily let go of by Qing Liuzi? Could it be that Qing Liuzi could earn a lot of spirit stones from the bet in Tongmu City because of the fall of the Sky Patrol City? Big brother. Xiao Mao walked over and said shamefully, haha, you don't have to say anything. This is everyone's own choice. The most important thing now is to leave quickly. Moreover, the fall of the Sky Patrol City means that the situation in the three kingdoms of cultivation has changed. Let's hurry back to our respective sects. Xiao Hua waved his hand and didn't let him say another word. Go outside the door and take a look. Yes, I'll go now. Xiao Mao's face was full of shame and unbearable. He couldn't resist the temptation and agreed, but the messenger of the Human Immortal Alliance didn't care about him. Qing Liuzi still valued Li Zongbao and the others. If he had known this would happen, he would have endured for a while longer. If it wasn't for the shocking news of Sky Patrol City's fall and Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples being captured, he simply wouldn't know how to talk to Xiao Hua and the others. When Xiao Mao pushed open the door to take a look, he turned around and said, Big brother, there are a few servant girls here. Ask them if they can bring us to the teleportation array, Li Zongbao instructed. He said Zhao's words as, they were in sects, they are. Someone will take a look. Zhao's Chen S. He's really letting us go? Fairy Hongxia found this unbelievable as well. In fact, she was completely bewildered. Who cares? Xiao Hua waved his hand. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. It's better to leave Tongmu City as soon as possible. After a while, a few city guards came over. Li Zongbao showed the city lord's order, and the guards were terrified. They flew out of the city lord's sect with the four of them and went to the teleportation array. In a palace not far from the Jingtai Pavilion, a cultivator in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, dressed in an ordinary Taoist robe, was accompanying Qing Liuzi. In front of them, there was a 1-foot mirror that showed the image of Li Zongbao and the others. Messenger Zhang. Qing Liuzi was still puzzled. These four people don't know what's good for them. I personally told them that the Alliance leader loves talents, but they ignored me. Besides, they are just Foundation establishment disciples. What's the benefit of recruiting them? This emissary was none other than Zhang Zhihao. City Lord, you must know that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is changing. A great change is brewing in the Xiaoyu continent. Our Immortal Alliance has to adjust our strategy to conform to the trend of this era and change the conditions for joining the Immortal Alliance. Although the cultivation of these four people is low, they have made outstanding contributions in the Taoist sword war and have great appeal. If they can join our immortal allies, it will definitely improve our reputation and we will be able to recruit disciples with great potential. Zhang Zhihao said with a smile. Does our Immortal Alliance need to improve our reputation? Qing Liuzi said coldly, as far as I know, many gold core stage cultivators are trying their best to find a chance to join immortal allies. As long as you open your mouth, I can also find 40 or 400 gold core stage cultivators for you, not to mention 4. Are 400 gold core cultivators as famous as the first team in the conference hall? Are 400 gold core cultivators as terrifying as the terrifying phoenix? Are 400 gold core cultivators as mysterious as John Doe? Zhang Zhihao asked lightly. Qing Liuzi shook his head. Although Xiao Hua is mysterious, but I have just tested him. He is only in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. He is definitely not a gold core cultivator. How can he be John Doe? Of course, this is just a rough guess. Zhang Zhihao shrugged and said with a smile, if the city lord can't see it, then I can't see it either. This is just a speculation of the Alliance Master. It is also because of the Alliance Master's love for talent. Otherwise, why would I immediately ask the city lord to take action when I heard that Xiao Hua came to Tongmu City? This is also because the Alliance Master is benevolent. Qing Liuzi said coldly, if this Xiao Hua had appeared in Inkshade Black Forest that day and knew about Chen Yi, Zhu Qinghe, and the others, how could this old man have let him walk out of Tongmu City alive? It has been decades since the incident in Inkcloud Black Forest. Even if Xiao Hua said it again, not to mention that no one would believe him, it would be useless. Besides, Xiao Hua would not be stupid enough to say it. If he wanted to say it, why didn't he say it in these decades? He is also a smart person. Zhang Zhihao shook his head. Qing Liuzi was still angry. But Xiao Hua obviously benefited from Inkcloud Black Forest. Otherwise, his cultivation would not be so powerful. Besides, he took my Tongmu City's youth-retaining grass. Xiao Hua was able to escape from Inkcloud Black Forest. Naturally, he has his own luck. Zhang Zhihao said faintly, as for the youth-retaining grass, didn't the Alliance Master already replenish it? If the City Lord mentions this again, if the Alliance Master knows. I am just saying. Qing Liuzi said with a smile, how can I lower myself to the same level as a little kid? Well, that's the best. Zhang Zhihao nodded and said, City Lord, please find me a quiet room. I want to rest a little. Envoy, this way please. Qing Liuzi was not surprised. He knew that Zhang Zhihao was going to report to the Alliance Master. Perhaps the Alliance Master had already expected the fall of Sky Patrol City. However, the capture of the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mozong Mountain was a big matter. It was enough to affect the situation of the entire Dao Sword War. Therefore, Qing Liuzi brought Zhang Zhihao to a quiet room and quietly left. Xiao Hua and the others arrived at the teleportation array under the guidance of the city guard of Tongmu City. It was very easy for them to use the teleportation array of Tongmu City to leave Tongmu City. After leaving the teleportation array, they went through several short-distance teleportations and arrived in the wilderness. There were no more city guards of Tongmu City. Xiao Hua really believed that Qing Liuzi, who was notoriously difficult to deal with, had really let them go. Damn it. This guy. Xiao Hua retracted his divine sense and could not help but curse, I think I am a miser. However, compared to him, I am really insignificant. Then, he looked at Li Zongbao and said, fortunately, Senior Brotherly revealed the matter of Sky Patrol City as soon as he arrived in Tongmu City yesterday. That guy got a lot of benefits. Otherwise, I am afraid it would have been difficult for us to get out of Tongmu City. That is one thing. Li Zongbao said faintly, that Immortal Alliance's envoy looks very good. Jackals of the same tribe. Xiao Hua naturally could not say it out loud. He could only vaguely comment. Actually, I am also extremely puzzled. Fairy Hongxia said with a bitter smile, this Immortal Alliance is really the best place for every nascent soul cultivator. When I was young, I would occasionally hear the clan leader talk about some secrets. In my heart, I also yearned for this Immortal Alliance. But today, I suddenly had such an opportunity. I feel like I am in a dream. I can't believe it. Then, she looked at Xiao Mao and said, not to mention Xiao Mao, if Xiao Lang did not reject, I would have agreed without hesitation. But, Xiao Lang, why did you not agree? Fairy Hongxia was very puzzled. This may be inconceivable to others, but for you, it is absolutely suitable. Yes, whether it was Xiao Hua's cultivation or Xiao Hua's desire to find himself, relying on the Immortal Alliance would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. It was definitely like what Qing Liuzi said. It was definitely 100 times better than Xiao Hua's situation in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If Qing Liuzi said this after knowing that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect had fallen into the Sky Patrol City, I would naturally agree. But at that time, I did not know that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were in the Sky Patrol City. Now, it is too late for me to regret it. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Fairy Hongxia was also enlightened. She almost covered her mouth with her hand and said in surprise, Xiao Lang's messaging charm. That's right. Li Zongbao said lightly, I am afraid that what junior sister Hong Xia said is true. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect staying in the Sky Patrol City may be closely related to junior brother Zhao's messaging charm. Big brother. Xiao Mao, who was next to him, said anxiously, actually, the messenger of the alliance leader also said that just now. If we regret it, we can go back at any time. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if we regret it just now and go back now, how embarrassing would it be for you? If they sincerely invite us, it will be normal in a few years. Now that the swordsmanship war, the situation is unknown, it is not good to make early plans. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.